public question time. It's 2:50 p.m. 3 questions have been received. Question number 1, Ms. C. Ball, Northumberland. And I'm going to go to Karen Hadfield to read the question out.
Parents across Northumberland are facing financial difficulties due to the COVID-19 crisis. This and the increase of in-work poverty levels across Northumberland is seeing many families struggling with high-cost uniform and the number of compulsory items required for children to attend school. What is the Cabinet member doing to ensure families are not pushed to debt at this time?
Did you hear that? You've got that anyway. I'm going to go over to Councillor Renner Thompson, who will answer this. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for the question. As a council, we're acutely aware of the many additional pressures families are facing at this time, including a successful and fully equipped return to school for all. Northumberland Communities Together is increasingly working with groups who offer a uniform recycling project to ensure families can be connected to this environmentally friendly and locally accessible approach. In addition, we have allocated funding for families to access financial support to ensure children and young people have what they need to do well in school without families getting into further hardship or debt. Families should be urged to connect with the ICT team via the hub. This is with regards to both uniform and essential equipment. Many of our schools and colleagues work with Children North East, and we are active members of the North East Child Poverty Commission. Together, we are looking more closely at the cost of the school day post-COVID and would welcome others to join this conversation.
Alan, is there a supplementary?
No, if the questioner has a supplementary, they've been asked to direct to me, Chair, and I'll ensure they get a response.
Right. No supplementary, and if there is, it is sent to Karen Hadfield, and we will then get a response. Question 2, Ms. R. Wilczek, Northumberland, NE27JT. Karen.
What have the council planned for schools reopening to help keep staff and students safe? If we enter a second lockdown, what are the council's plans to ensure schools across Northumberland, including those without technology and access to internet, continue to be educated and make the same progress as those students from higher income families?
Councillor Thompson.
Again, thanks for the question. We've worked closely with all schools and head teacher 19 school to ensure the safety of staff and children is at the forefront of their thinking. Additional support, both collectively and to individual schools, has been provided by the Director of Public Health, the County Council Health and Safety Service, and the school transport team. It is worth noting that schools and academies have reported high levels of satisfaction with the support provided to them by the County Council since the closure period started in March. With regard to IT and home learning, during the summer term, Northumberland LA distributed over 1,000 devices to care leavers, children and young people aged 0 to 19, with a social worker and disadvantaged pupils who are in year 10. These devices were funded by the Department of Education. Academies ordered and distributed devices for disadvantaged year 10 pupils independently of the local authority. So the actual 20 to 21 academic year, more laptops and tablets have been made available for disadvantaged children in certain year groups who have been affected by disruption to face-to-face education at their school, or have been advised to shield because they are clinically extremely vulnerable. Again, academies can order their own devices, and the local authority will work with maintain settings to ensure that eligible pupils receive the devices they require in a timely manner. Schools are prepared to provide home learning, either paper-based and supported in these preparations by the local authority school improvement team and by national providers such as BBC Bitesize and Oak National Academy.
Okay, again, the supplementary, is there none?
No, not yet, Chair.
Right, question 3, Mr. J. Spedding of Northumberland. Karen.
In light of the return to school of children, what steps are NCC taking to provide safe working conditions for teaching and support staff at schools, particularly from age 11 upward, with particular reference to additional space, PPE and social distancing?
Again, to Councillor Renner Thompson. Councillor Thompson?
I've lost this.
I can hear you now.
Cutting up.
Right, we can't hear.
Maybe just provide a written answer, Chairman.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Give it one go and we'll see how we get on. Oh dear.
Karen's got the answer, Chairman.
Karen Quinn. Karen Hadfield's going to read the
Are
answer.
we back in the room?
Are you here?
I'll give you one last go, then I'm going to Karen Hadfield to read it. Right, Karen.
Okay. Northumberland County Council has worked very closely with schools, head teachers and governing bodies to assist with the planning for children to return to school. This has included providing sessions on health and safety, HR issues, and importantly, the opportunity to talk to the Director of Public Health and members of her team. In addition, we have provided an updated pro forma risk assessment to help schools identify and address issues in their preparation for reopening in September. It is the responsibility of the school's senior management and the governing body to work through any risks identified and to put steps in place to reduce the risks identified. Where schools ask NCCs for support, including the provision of or access to suppliers of PPE, fencing or social distancing markers or other advice and support, the County Council has responded and will endeavour to provide that support as it has done throughout the COVID-19 pandemic.
Right. No secondary, no supplement. Right, we've got 3 minutes before the next 3 o'clock start. So, and Thomas is going to try and let people in who aren't in. So let's see what happens. Right, we are now live stream. There is no filter. There's no time lag. So we are live. So please bear that in mind with your comments or contribution. So welcome to full council of Northumberland County Council. This is the first ever virtual meeting of this council. It will not be as normal. We will have some rules. So please, in the interest of everybody, try and stick to some rules. And I will take a comfort break at a certain point, and I will decide that so that we don't have it as long a meeting as what could happen. On any uncontentious votes, I will ask for agreement. If I don't get that, we would then go to the named votes, but I'm hoping on the reports we can get some movement rather than go down a very long list of 66 members. On the contentious votes, there will be named votes if we get to them. So with that, I'm going to start the meeting. Apologies for absence.
Councillor Quinn.
I have Councillor Quinn. Any from the floor or your floor? I see nobody. Right. Minutes of the meeting as pages 9 to 34. Any questions are on accuracy? I see nobody. Can we agree the minutes of the previous meeting that was held on the 19th of February? Has anybody raised any questions? I cannot see it. Are we okay with that? Hands up.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think we're okay with that. Now we go to disclosure of members' interests. Anybody want to disclose an interest? Can I see anybody?
There's no hands raised.
No hands. If anybody is in any doubt, email them in. Announcements. I have none. Correspondence. I have none. Now then, I'm going to change the agenda here. I'm going to go to item 10, which is about the COVID, and Elizabeth Morgan will or should be on hand to give you the latest update on the COVID-19 in this county. It should only take a few minutes, and I'll go straight over to Liz.
Thank you very much, Chair. Michelle, could you put my PowerPoint slide up, please?
Yes, I shall just open up the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. So can you just move on to the next slide? Thanks very much. So I just wanted to start off by providing you with a bit of a national and regional update. So nationally, there has been a slight increase in the number of cases from the beginning of July, but that has now leveled off. And the Office of National Statistics now estimates that about 1 in 1,900 people have coronavirus at any one time. Regionally, we've seen a similar increase that started for us at the end of July. And from a regional perspective, it's really too early to say whether that increase is levelling off or not. In Northumberland, we've also seen an increase in the number of cases since the second week of August, and we're now seeing as many cases a day as we were a week. Again, it's too early to say whether that increase is levelling off. But since the 30th of August, when I did this presentation, the number of cases has gone up by 20. So the total number of cases in Northumberland is now 1,684. We've seen 30 cases over the last 7 days and 65 over the last fortnight. I think what is noticeable is the decrease in the average age. So whereas at the end of June, the average age for cases in that particular week was 50, in the last week, the average age has dropped to 25. And the diagram on the left just shows you a bit of a timeline in terms of the number of cases over time. So you can see that the number of cases increased in the second week of August. And the map on the right is a bit of a sort of heat map looking at all positive cases for coronavirus since the pandemic began. And these are case rates by ward. But although the wards, clearly there are wards where the number of cases is much higher than others. It's probably important to remember that this map does include cases in care homes, and the number of cases in care homes does sort of distort the ward level data. So where we've got more care homes, we will have more cases. Can I have the next slide, please? So our outbreak control plan was published on the 30th of June, and there was a requirement for every local authority to publish an outbreak prevention and control plan on that date. Every plan has to encompass 7 themes, and this slide just attempts to sort of quickly run through how our plan reflects those themes. So the first theme is around care homes and schools, and we have developed 2 wraparound support teams for care homes and schools to develop prevention support and response plans for these settings. We have really well developed responses to cases in care homes, and we provide 7-day-week support through the Infection Prevention and Control team in Northumbria Trust. We've worked really hard with schools to make schools a safe place for children and staff to return to, and it is an absolute testament to schools that we had such a high proportion of pupils in schools before the summer holidays. I think schools are very clear now about how to respond to a suspected or a confirmed case. We've got excellent working relationships, which we maintain through regular teleconferences with head teachers. For high-risk places, locations and communities, we've got a further 3 wraparound support teams which are focused on these areas of activity. And this includes groups like asylum seekers and our traveller communities. It includes settings such as homeless hostels, and a large bit of that work is around workplace and businesses, including tourism, and we've got a separate wraparound support team for that. Again, the focus is very much on prevention, but also on response. And in the context of workplaces and businesses and tourism, the work that we've done includes, for instance, a visitor charter and some specific advice for visitors on the Visit Northumberland website about how to prepare for a visit to Northumberland and what they do if they're unlucky enough to become unwell. We've written to hospitality businesses in the first instance, highlighting the important role that they play, linking them to resources and support, and we're looking at additional capacity required to support COVID secure workplaces and to respond to complaints. Going on to testing, we're really keen to ensure that testing levels remain high, and importantly that there is equity of access in terms of testing. So we're looking to put in place some semi-permanent local testing sites in Blyth and Ashington, so that areas which have lower car ownership can better access testing. We've got arrangements in place with the local trust to support testing during outbreaks in care homes. We support the testing of those moving into a care home from the community. Again, that's all done through the trust. And we've also planned for how we might respond to an increased testing requirement in response to an outbreak in a workplace or a very sort of localised spike in a community. From a contact tracing perspective, we're in the process of developing a Northeast model for a more local contact tracing service, and that's being developed collaboratively across all 12 local authorities. From a data perspective, we're getting more and more data sets which will allow us to respond in a more timely way. There are still issues about some data lags, data flows, and the quality of some of the data, but it is all moving in the right direction. From a vulnerable people point of view, we're supporting on the excellent work that was done through the Northumberland Communities Together Hub to ensure that we can support people to self-isolate, because what we recognise is that for some of our more vulnerable communities, particularly those who are in low paid or on 0 hours contracts, that actually self-isolation for those individuals and their families will be a real hardship. So we want to make sure that we can support those people through practical and financial support and by identifying and supporting communities. And from a governance and assurance point of view, we've got 3 boards that have been set up to support the delivery of the plan. The Health and Wellbeing Board acts as our COVID-19 control board, so that provides overall assurance around the delivery of the plan. The Health Protection Board, which I chair, is really the engine room in terms of putting that plan into practice. And then we have a local comms and engagement group, which is specifically focused on comms and engagement, because that is absolutely integral to making sure that we can effectively manage this coronavirus pandemic. But this really has been a team effort, and almost every bit of the local authority has been involved in the development and the delivery of the plan. Can I have the next slide, please? So just a little bit about NHS Test and Trace as a service. So as you'll remember, this started at the end of May, and I think it's fair to say that it continues to be a bit of a work in progress, but equally it continues to improve. There are issues about the fact that we effectively have, 2 test and trace services up and running. The one element of it is the national call centre and national clinical handling end of it. But we also have our own regional Public Health England team, which take on more complex cases. But unfortunately, to some extent, those systems aren't linked, and that can mean that individuals have multiple calls to from different bits of the system. And at some point, they tend to not respond to those calls if they get too many. I think there's a question mark about whether we have the resource in the right place. So our regional Public Health England health protection team, which is the level 1 team, are identifying more contacts, but actually the staff are predominantly at levels 2 and 3, which is the national contact call handlers and the national clinical handlers. So there is a move to shift that resource around. I think there are concerns around quality, particularly in terms of completion of some of the data fields, so occupation in particular, ethnicity. Some of those data fields aren't completed as well as we might like. I think there are concerns around cultural sensitivity, and certainly the feedback from the Director of Public Health in Blackburn and Darwin is that part of the reason why the increase has been so marked in that area is because NHS Test and Trace hasn't really been develops in a way in which it can engage with communities from a BAME background. And then I think there are concerns about the proportion of contacts which are followed up at the national end of the service. So we know that from our local Public Health England team, nearly all of the contacts are followed up, whereas about 2/3 of the contacts are followed up from the national team. But in the last couple of weeks, there has been an announcement that some of that resource will be shifted from national to local, so that those teams can work as one, and we can make sure that we can follow up as many of those cases and as many of those contacts as we can. And looking at how we can adopt some of those approaches that have been used in Blackburn and Darwen, Luton and Leicester, and what that might look like from a North East perspective. And we're in the process of identifying a cohort of local authority staff who can be trained to undertake some case management and contact tracing. Can I have the next slide, please? So I think, you know, the important thing from your perspective as elected members is, are we able to identify significant changes and are we able to respond? And I think the answer to that is yes, with increasing certainty. So we will be able to identify a rising tide, and that's effectively what we're doing at the moment, where, you know, we're identifying an increase in the number of cases. We know where those cases are, we know who they are, we know how old they are. We get very detailed national, regional and local reports, which give us some very detailed information about the settings that the cases are being found in. Are they related to residential settings and households? Are they related to care homes? And that allows us to make much better judgments about how we address the increase. We're getting record level data on cases, on contacts, from last week, on every person who has been tested, whether they've been positive or negative. We've got really good relationships with stakeholders. So, you know, we've got, we get information from the trust if they're increasing admissions. We get information from schools and care homes about cases in those settings, because sometimes they know about those cases more than sooner than Public Health England does. The Joint Biosecurity Centre has developed some action cards for workplaces so that they're very clear about how to respond to a suspected or a confirmed case, or two confirmed cases in those particular settings. And those have been distributed to those settings and they're available on the local authority website. Public Health England will tell us about any cases which may be complex, but there is still a challenge in identifying workplace outbreaks. We can identify local increases, which we have done recently in one community in Northumberland. But actually, to get the whole picture, we need to get the Public Health England view and the view from across the local authority. And we've already experienced and responded to that in real time. We have got process in place for cross-border identification. Myself and some colleagues participated in a cross-border exercise with NHS Borders last week. And I'm also involved in fortnightly meetings with Cumbria and the health boards on the other side of the border in Scotland. We really need to ensure that community testing rates are maintained, if not increased, because, you know, as it says on the slide, not testing is a really great way to keep the case rates down, but that's probably not a sustainable strategy. We're working with public protection and the legal team to just work through the processes to apply elements of the restrictive legislation that has been put in place. And we're also looking at areas where we need increased capacity, particularly environmental health and public protection. And That remains a challenge, but we're looking at alternative approaches to put additional capacity in those areas. So, I mean, finally, as winter approaches, I think we can anticipate an increase in cases. People will be driven indoors to socialise. Homes and other settings will be less well ventilated. So we need to plan for that increase in the context of seasonal flu and pressure on services over that period. And we all need to be very careful over the next few months because things can change very, very quickly, as we've seen. And I am concerned that the measures that we were very good at doing back in April and may seem less important now because we're not seeing the admissions and the deaths that we were back in April. And now more than ever, it is absolutely vital that we stick to the guidance about hand washing, about social distancing, wearing face coverings and staying at home and getting tested if we get symptoms, because really the only thing standing between us and an escalation in cases is the way that we behave. And we've all got a part to play in keeping levels of this virus low. Could you go on to the next slide, please? Which is basically just to say, I'm very happy to take any questions should anybody have any.
Right, I have 2 hands up from the younger members who know how to press the button. So I'll start with Councillor Bridget and then Councillor Dickinson.
Can you hear me, Liz?
Yes, I can.
The first question I've got is in relation to, thank you for the presentation, by the way. It's very much appreciated. The first question I've got is in relation to the map that you showed earlier, and it's clearly based on a set of data that you regularly receive. Without obviously not including any personal details or anything like that, but at a division level, how do we be kept informed as local members with regards to, even if it's just a simple map like that, how are we kept up to date with that information and how it's affecting our division and the people that live in it? Right. Can we be given that those maps on a regular basis?
Yeah, well, yes, you can. So in the public domain, and I can send out a link to this, there is an ArcGIS mapping website, which allows you to look at a level of geography which is slightly bigger than a ward, but it allows you to look at the number of cases that have occurred in the previous week in that particular area. So you can put in your postcode and it will map that postcode to a level of geography which is about 7,500 people, and it will tell you how many cases there have been in that particular week.
Okay.
What we are intending to develop is a sort of local Northumberland view, which we can put in the public domain. So then, and that ideally that will include a map, a bit of a heat map, and then everybody can get a better understanding about the development of the virus across the county.
Okay. My other question, and it's my last one, you mentioned earlier, obviously, because you can see from the map that you showed that there's been a spike or an increase in cases, particularly in the southeast of Northumberland, and you are potentially looking at putting in measures that will allow a more easier access to a testing system for those that don't have access to a car or anything like that. What measures are you looking at if there is an outbreak in one of the rural divisions, for instance, where there is limited public transport?
So we have got a testing strategy in place, which identifies how we would respond to a localized spike. And what we're doing at the moment is working with the estates to identify in all of our primary and secondary towns sites where we could parachute in a mobile testing unit if required. And that is a bit of work which is ongoing now. It's really useful in this, at a time when the level of cases is still relatively low, to do this sort of planning, because actually what we don't want to be doing is running around trying to find a site for a mobile testing unit when we're in the middle of a, of an increase in a particular area. So we're doing all of that work now. So those mobile testing units, all of the paperwork will be done, but they won't go live unless we actually have to put in some localized testing.
Just finally, can I say thank you to Liz and all of her team for what they've done over the past 6 months.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to Councillor Scott Dickinson.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Liz, for that presentation. I'm just conscious that obviously in scrutiny meetings and in other arenas like the North of Tyne Combined Authority, our Chief Executive Daljit Lally and the executive team have been praised widely, both regionally and nationally, in relation to the handling of this, of which you are obviously a part as well, Liz. I'm wondering, are we still confident with the arrangements that we have to deal with a second wave and all the issues that you identified in the presentation moving forward? Because obviously it's concerning for residents and us as members with the duty of care to the Northumberland residents.
So I think, all we can do is plan for for the worst case scenario. But I think, as time has gone on, there's been no improvement in the level of uncertainty really in terms of what we think activity is going to be like over the next few months. We just don't know what the next few months are going to bring. And it may be that, I think there has been some concern, obviously, about having an increase in cases at the same time as we're also trying to deal with, the seasonal flu that we have to deal with every year. But actually what they found in countries like Australia is that actually their flu season has been relatively quiet, possibly because of all the social distancing that's been put in place. So not only is that kept coronavirus transmission low, but it's also kept influenza virus transmission low. But I think, we anticipate an increase in cases, and we just need to plan as best we can accordingly.
Okay, I'll go now to Councillor Malcolm Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Liz, you said we're seeing as many cases in a day as we were in a week, and although that's a small number, it's still a sizable increase. Can you attribute anything specific to this increase, or is it too early?
No, I can attribute at least some of the increase. So I mentioned the fact that the average age was, had really halved effectively since the end of June. It's probably not surprising really that that the easing of lockdown has resulted in an increased number of cases in younger age groups, because these are the young people who are more likely to socialise. They're more likely to go to bars and restaurants. They're potentially more likely to holiday abroad. And we have seen a smattering of cases relating to overseas travel. And I don't know whether anybody has been aware of the changes that have been made in Scotland in relation to Greece, but certainly we have seen a number of cases related to travel to Greece in Northumberland. So I think all of those, those factors have definitely contributed to the increase in the number of cases.
Thank you.
Councillor Kennedy. Sorry, Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill, you're on the list. I'm doing it. I can't go wrong on this. Councillor Hill, you were next.
Thank you. Two quick questions, if I may. The first is, Liz, you mentioned about outbreaks in workplaces. In Berwick, and I'm sure it's the same elsewhere, there's been various rumours about outbreaks in workplaces, tourists, outlets. And obviously you can understand how rumours start, but you can also understand why these establishments wouldn't like it to get out that there's been an outbreak. So can you explain a little bit about the reporting and how it works, and how these couldn't be covered up by establishments if there is a outbreak. And the second quick question is obviously in Berwick, whereby the Scottish border, and there's been a lack of cooperation between the Westminster and Holyrood governments, and generally there seems to be an increasing iron border, even elements of hostility creeping in. So could you tell us a bit about the cross-border communications, which is obviously particularly relevant for us in Berwick?
Thank you. So in relation to your first question, which was about reporting of cases, so if somebody has a test, then the result of that test is fed into a number of surveillance systems. So as soon as somebody is identified as becoming positive, that case result and information will be fed into the contact tracing advisory system. And an NHS test and trace will pick up that information, and they will get in contact with that individual either by email or by phone or by text, and either have a conversation with the individual or ask them to engage with NHS test and trace through a web-based tool. So I think it would be quite difficult for certainly for visitors to areas to cover that information up, because it is automatically, the result data is automatically fed into the NHS test and trace system. Obviously I get case by case information about cases all over the county, and there aren't any particular issues around Berwick, and I'm not aware of any outbreaks in places in Berwick. In fact, I'm not actually aware of really any cases which are specifically related to tourism. That really hasn't been a feature of the increase in the cases that we've seen. In terms of the cross-border issues, I have, as I said, we had a cross-border exercise last week. So that was the local authority, Public Health England, NHS Borders and the Scottish Borders Council. And really, we've already got arrangements in place to share information about cases, for any infectious disease. Actually, we've already got those arrangements in place. So in the past, we've had outbreaks of TB that have been required to, that have involved contact tracing, across Scotland and ourselves. Perhaps outbreaks of TB is probably an exaggeration, but cases of TB that have required investigation across the border. So we've got those arrangements in place, and certainly in the COVID-19 perspective, there are arrangements in place to identify cases who are tested in Scotland but live in England, and vice versa. And we've got an agreement about who manages those cases, which is largely dependent on residency. We've got another cross-border exercise next week, which I think is, looking at a slightly different setting. But actually, I'm confident that the relationships that we've got in place with NHS Borders will allow us to work effectively across that particular border. I don't have any undue concerns there.
Okay, I'd like to move on. I've got two more speakers. Councillor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Liz. Liz, you mentioned that the total cases were 1,684. Could you just tell me a little bit about what the death rate is in Northumberland? What's been the total number of deaths?
If I remember off the top of my head, 282.
Right.
So that's 282 deaths where COVID-19 has appeared on the death certificate. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of those deaths is attributable to COVID-19, because somebody, could have COVID-19, they could have had an associated with pneumonia on the back of a diagnosis of cancer. But because COVID-19 appeared on the death certificate, it's, you know, it's lumped in that 282. The peak week for us was the middle of April, when we had 45 deaths in that particular week. Since then, the number of deaths has dropped off significantly, and we haven't had a death registered in Northumberland since the beginning of August.
Since August, okay.
Okay, I'm going to Councillor Catherine Seymour, and that should be the end. We move on after this. Catherine, you need to unmute.
Thank you. Yes, Liz, thank you for that presentation. In Berwick, we've been quite fortunate. We haven't had hardly any cases. We've had regular testing from the military coming up, which has been very good. With these 1,684 cases, is that has increased from what was the low? Could you tell me? And also, with this, watching Europe and for the second wave, what do you anticipate the timeline to be if we are going to get a second wave?
So in terms of the number of cases, back at the beginning of July, we were seeing anything between 5 and 11 cases a week. And now we're seeing probably 8, 9, 10 cases a day. As I said, it's difficult to know whether that is leveling out or whether it's increasing. You know, we need to have probably another week or so's data. I suspect it probably will level out, because that's what we've seen in other places. Where we have had clusters in particular areas, we've put out some general messages but boosted them for those particular areas. We haven't had an increase in cases that we've really felt as though we had to do any particularly targeted work, but we are able to respond reasonably rapidly to localized increases in a particular area. But as I said, hopefully our trend will follow the national trend, and the cases will start to level out over the next few weeks.
Right, I'm going to go to Councillor Robinson. You have asked a couple of questions, so be quick, please.
Ask one question, but just a very quick one. Liz, with the reduction in the average age, are we seeing more asymptomatic cases?
Well, at the moment, it's only people who are symptomatic who should be getting tested. And it's interesting that you should raise that, actually, because there is quite a lot of pressure on the testing system at the moment. And part of that is because people who are asymptomatic, the sort of worried well, are getting themselves tested. The only asymptomatic sort of cohort of individuals who are being tested at the moment are in care homes. So in care homes, the residents are being tested monthly, whether they're asymptomatic, whether they're symptomatic or not, and staff are being tested weekly. And we are, through that mechanism, picking up the odd case of asymptomatic infection in both staff and residents.
Right, I've got Mark Purvis, and I would try to move on.
Just be quick, Chair. Just really, Stephen mentioned it a little bit. Liz, I would just like to, I work in the NHS and I know how difficult it's been. I would just really like to thank all the staff, yourself, all the officers and everybody involved, volunteers, because they've done a marvellous job in a really difficult time. I would have thanked the Chief Executive, but unfortunately she's not here today. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, I'm going to close that one down. That's end of item 10 that was moved up there. because it was of huge importance. So let's go to questions to be put to the business chair, a member of the cabinet, or chair of any committee or subcommittee. Okay, question 1 from Councillor Hill to the leader.
Thank you, Chair. Shortly after the last NCC elections, the new administration vowed to be extremely transparent. How do you think you've done on that?
Leader?
Thank you, Chair. Getting my sound on. Yeah, I think any accusation that this council is not transparent is actually quite misplaced. As soon as we came in, we increased local transparency by bringing in the local area council, so we could take a number of decisions, especially planning decisions, much closer to communities. We do have quite a number of public forums, so we've got the council today, we've got cabinet meetings, we've got 4 lots of scrutiny meetings, we've got the audit committee, which Councillor Hill chairs herself, all open to the public, and particularly during this COVID crisis period, we've had regular weekly and reports to each member right across the county. I just think that we are open and transparent, and we communicate with communities right across the county on a very regular basis.
Councillor Hill, supplementary.
Well, I will just ask then, when did it all go wrong? You mentioned local area councils, well, they've been suspended. What about the silencing of whistleblowers, the refusal to hold extraordinary meetings, the hobbling of proper processes, the obstruction of the audit process? Frankly, it's all gone a little bit North Korea, where allegiance to our dear leader seems to become more important than the public interest. And it's a bit more tin pot than it is transparent.
Well, I see you've got a particular line, and you're reading from a previously prepared script there. I think some of your statements are actually some of your statements are actually quite misleading. In terms of the one that you're particularly interested in, and that's the audit committee, I have it on good understanding that you were actually personally informed by the external auditor that it was far too soon to have an audit committee because there wasn't anything to audit yet. All of the processes that are being put into place in this council are actually done under the Constitution in a proper way, and it's all organised actually by the monitoring officer, and I don't have much personal influence over that. We've got proper processes, council, and we're putting them in place.
Okay, Councillor, second question, Councillor Hill to Councillor Renner Thompson.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get back to reality now. So second question to Guy. In light of the recent changes within the education team, including the resignation of an excellent cabinet member, what reassurance can you give that the education of children and young people in the Berwick area and across Northumberland is in safe hands?
Councillor Renner Thompson.
Thank you. One of the recent changes referring to is the departure of Dean Jackson, who's left to take on some new life challenge. So let me take this opportunity again to put on record our thanks to Dean for the work he's done over 2 years he's been here. Last was on Friday, his success is education and skills. For the last year, been was a principal at Time Metropolitan College in Wallsend.
Sorry, Chair. I don't know if anybody else is having difficulty listening to this, but he's just breaking up all the time. I can't hear the answer.
I understand that. I'm going to ask him to persevere, and if need be, you'll have a written response if that fails. Guy is in County Hall. Guy, continue.
Yeah, I've got. Thank you. I've got it. I've written it because I knew this might happen. I can send it on if need be.
Right.
Audrey, Director of Education, has 5 years experience in the education sector, variety from frontline teaching to team management through to having others and.
Right, Guy, I'm going to stop you there. there's something the matter with the sound coming through. So Councillor Hill will get that written reply. Do you want a supplementary, Councillor Hill?
Thank you. The only thing I was going to add was regarding assurances that the £15 million plus money that's in the budget for a new school building in the Berwick area, there will be no threat to that.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to Councillor Kennedy, question 3 to the leader.
Thank you, Chairman. So a question to the leader. Can you provide information covering the period 16th of March 2020 to the 31st of August 2020? 1, the number of council meetings that were planned in the period. 2, the number of meetings that took place in the period. 3, the number of meetings cancelled in the period. 4, can you explain why so many meetings were cancelled and why electronic meetings were not put in place when other peer local authority councils, including town and parish councils, ensured democracy continued?
Leader.
Right, Chair. Yeah, right, Chair. Yeah, I've got the numbers for you. There were 136 meetings planned for that period. But it was the height of the COVID crisis and the whole country was in lockdown. The number of meetings that actually took place in that period was 52, and the number of meetings cancelled was 84. Now, meetings were actually cancelled in the height of the coronavirus pandemic in order to protect members, staff, and the public. And you'll be aware with social distancing rules, normal meetings couldn't be and still can't be engaged in safely. So that was in common with councils regionally and nationally. Virtual meetings were put in place in contrary to your question. We have had quite a number of virtual meetings and they were put in place as soon as practicable when the protocols to deal with remote meetings were developed and agreed, and when members had been trained. Businesses was restricted to essential matters only to begin with, and priority given to maintaining the delivery of essential services. The Council's first official virtual meetings took place on the 12th of May 2020. So instead of actually running council meetings, during the height of the crisis, council staff were diverted to protecting the vulnerable and the shielding, and particularly those in need right across our communities in Northumberland. Now, we've done some regional comparisons actually, and it's quite interesting to note that in North Tyneside during that period, they held 20 meetings. In Newcastle upon Tyne during that period, they held 32 meetings. And in Northumberland, we've held 50 meetings, effectively double or nearly double what other local authorities have been doing. So I think I give credit to our democratic services staff. I think they've done a sterling job to get us back online, and I think all of our meetings have actually gone exceptionally well since we started up the virtual process. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kennedy, do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you. You know, our residents pay £1,600 a year, and some was upwards of £2,000 a year in council tax, and they expect high quality democracy to be delivered by this council. Now, I think there's been, do you, Councillor Jackson, believe it is no coincidence that democracy is being shut down in this county and the whole scandal hit Northumberland Council, which seems to be its new title when you read the newspaper? We've seen the chief executive on extended leave, the resignation of the external auditors, your political bedfellows are now resigning from the cabinet. Do you think that is a coincidence or not?
Leader?
No, it's got nothing to do with the number of meetings we have as a council. As I say, we can hold our head up high as the council because we've actually had more meetings during that period than any other local organisation. If you cast your mind back just 2 or 3 months to the height of the coronavirus crisis, our council was held up as an exemplary council for dealing with that crisis and actually for looking after the most vulnerable in our communities. Maintaining local services and getting Northumberland back up and running has been our main focus. And along with that, we've actually started up the meeting process in a virtual way as fast as ever possible and in line with national guidance.
Okay, question 4, Councillor Dunn to the business chair.
Thank you, Chair. On Sunday, the 23rd of August, all members received an email from what is assumed to be a Northumberland resident asking questions. This email was subsequently deleted from all members' emails. Can you advise members why this administration deems it appropriate to delete items from members' inboxes if it appears not to be politically favourable and without notifying them?
I'll give you the response. In the council's interests, an email was quarantined by the council's ICT department to enable a review to be carried out into its contents, to ensure that its continued presence and circulation within the council's email system does not raise any issues of liability for the council. Specialist external advice obtained immediately after the quarantine has confirmed that such action was and is sensible in all the circumstances and should be maintained until the review has been completed and any conclusions and recommendations considered and acted upon. Do you have a supplementary or do we go to question 6?
No, I have a supplementary, thanks. When you say a review will be completed, will we get to see that review or hear about it? And other than that, I think you'll agree that communicating and connecting with residents is a vital part of a councillor's role. Can we be confident that this has not been hindered by this administration?
Yes, I would say so. Those contents, we do have scrutiny and we do have audit. So yes.
Thank you.
Question 6.
Sorry, I haven't had question 5.
Sorry, 5. You know what I meant.
Yeah. Who asked for and authorised the deletion of members' emails without their knowledge?
I'll go to the leader for this one. Leader.
Right, thank you. Yes, at the time, there was an extremely malicious email went to all councillors. And I actually asked the head of Democratic Services to review whether this was a proper use of the council's email system. It was a pure request, and I'm actually not sure which officer authorised the deletion or the suspension of that email. That was an officer's decision. What I can say is the source of this malicious email is being investigated.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you. That's fair enough. But is there any chance that we can find out who did authorise it?
Well, you'll have to ask the head of Democratic Services.
We'll try and get a written response to that one.
Right, thank you.
Question 6, Councillor Dunworth to the leader.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just before I ask my question, can I just clarify something? Is it acceptable for members to be on this meeting but without their videos on? Because it was my understanding that we needed to have our videos on at all times.
Chairman, I can answer that if you would.
Go to Legal Officer Liam Henry.
Councillor Dunworth, it is to be preferred if members could have their video cameras on, but it's not legally required. The regulations currently in force only as a minimum require members to hear and to be heard, but where practicable to be seen and be seen. So there isn't a requirement, but if the member or members who have their videos turned off at present could possibly turn them back on again, that would be the preferred course of action.
Okay, can we go to the question?
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. So my question is, given the importance of the council's whistleblowing policy and the recognition that all staff should be able to report concerns, and I quote here from our policy, without fear of victimisation, subsequent discrimination or disadvantage, can you explain why you have behaved without regard to this policy when dealing with the Chief Executive after she raised a number of concerns?
Leader?
Yeah, no, I've definitely not behaved without regard to the whistleblowing policy. I think the monitoring officer will confirm that from day one, I have been requesting that the whistleblowing policy has been applied in absolute full, and I'm sure that he is doing that. It's his responsibility to do that. Issues pertaining to any matter of a whistleblowing nature must be treated on a confidential basis to await their full consideration where appropriate under the council's relevant policy. And it would not be appropriate for me or the council to comment on this time on the specific matters. The monitoring officer, and it's his responsibility, has the ability to report to council in an appropriate manner, respecting where necessary the confidential nature of this process once any outcome of the consideration of a matter is available. And I can confirm that a fully independent process is underway.
Supplementary, Councillor Dunworth.
Yes, that's a very different interpretation, I would suggest, of whistleblowing and protection from discrimination or victimisation than I have myself or that our staff indeed have. And can the leader tell me how he is going to reassure members of staff who work for Northumberland County Council that they are safe to report any concerns they might have of any nature?
Leader?
Yeah, that's because this council has an extremely sound process. The whistleblowing policy has been fairly recently reviewed, and every case is dealt with according to that whistleblowing policy. And any case you might think of in the future will be. So it's a confidential process, it's a safe process, and where necessary, where there's some real investigation, it's an absolutely independent process. And I do wish people would just stop jumping to conclusions before that process has even started. It will be thoroughly taken and thoroughly done in an independent way. And I'm not quite sure why we can't just trust in the process, because it's an independent officer-led process with no influence from any councillor from any colour. Thank you.
Right, question 7, Councillor Grant Davey to the business chair. Grant.
Thank you, Chair, and it's so nice to see you survive the pandemic. But may I have to agree with Councillor Dunworth that these people who might be sitting in their pyjamas or in hospital should be actually viewed by the public today. But anyway, the first question is, what justification is there for the unseemly haze in organising a staffing appeals committee to be held before the extraordinary council meeting as requested by 5 members of this council in accordance with the Constitution?
The Staffing Appeals Committee have full delegated authority from Council to consider and determine the matters that is considered at its meeting last Friday. The schedule of these meetings should be determined or influenced by the I'm trying to read someone's right. The scheduling of meetings of full council. I'll read that bit again. The scheduling of these meetings should not be determined or influenced by the scheduling of meetings of full council. Supplementary, Grant?
Well, before I move on to my supplementary, Chair, I don't think that was a very satisfactory answer. But whoever wrote it for you, you need to speak to them and get them to resolve it and write to me and tell us exactly what's going on. But for me supplementary, I'm going to start the questions at the bottom, so I need to go through something first. Stephen Mason, Lorraine Jewison, Jackie Kell, Mark Tetley.
Grant, do you want to get ready? Grant, I'm giving you a warning, you can't do that. I've been advised legally.
Now we're moving towards a similar outcome, possibly for Daljeet Lally. What of your administration's decisions cost Northumberland's residents?
I'll ask you to stop again. You're not going to stop. Cut.
Tell the members what you've done.
Members, I have warned Grant 2 to 3 times there. I'm advised by the legal officer that is sitting on my right that he cannot go through all those on this platform. So I will move on to the next question. Question 8, Councillor Dickinson to the business chair. Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully I'll get mine
I'm
out
sure
there. So why has it been suddenly decided that our constitution is less important than the Local Government Act of 2000? Is our constitution fit for purpose, or have we been acting outside the law?
I presume this refers to the Staff Appeals Committee. Our constitution allows the leader to make in-year changes with consent of the other group leaders. In reviewing the need to make necessary changes to the pool from which the Staff Appeals Committee must be constituted to include a member of the Cabinet, which is recommended under the JNC model procedure. It was identified that the provision in the Constitution was slightly at odds with legislation, and that the legislation provides that a council should accede to a group's wishes, reappointments, rather than make it dependent on consent from other group leaders. I have no reason to think the council has acted unlawfully in the past, in the sense that I have no knowledge of the group's wishes not being agreed, notwithstanding the discrepancy between the constitution and the legislation. Supplementary.
Yes, Chair. Given that the JNC framework isn't being followed for the Staff Appeals Committee, nor for other things relating to these matters, can the business chair advise why we use the Constitution at all when we only seem to use it as and when it suits the administration?
Well, Councillor Dickinson, you are on the Constitution Working Group, as are a number of others. And as you will recall, everything changes. We're going to probably have to rewrite the Constitution for these online stroke virtual meetings. So everything sort of changes whether we like it or not. So that is why things do change. Thank you. Councillor Bowman to the leader.
Thank you, Chair. Does the leader still think it was wise to remove the social media post request from the BAME NECC staff network, which merely reinforced the council's position about being an equal opportunities employer? Thank you, Chair.
Leader.
Yeah, no, right, thank you. Yeah, there have been one or two issues in the last month or so, where I've actually had to remind officers in the council about what the council can legally do and what it can't legally do. The council is very definitely not legally allowed to promote any political organisation of any kind. To do so would be completely acting outside of the law. The political organisation that was being promoted, it was in no doubt as a political organisation. It's got a website, it's got a logo. It was threatening to defund the police as its political aim, to have anarchy on the streets, and to collapse the nation state. That's this country that most of us are so proud of. And it's a huge fundraising organisation, actually raising hundreds of thousands of pounds to promote its political ideas. So there is no doubt, and there can be no doubt, that it's a political organisation. So it was wrong and actually potentially illegal for the council to promote that organisation. I actually think it's been a cause of division in our country, and we, particularly in Northumberland, were a very equal society, taking everyone's valued in an equal way, and I'm proud of the record of equality, not just in Northumberland, but particularly as promoted by our county council. Let all of our residents right across the county be valued, and let us be proud of all the support that we give, particularly to disadvantaged groups of any kind in our communities right across Northumberland. And I'll continue to lead a council with those values. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Yeah, can I just ask in the future, before you take anything down of this nature, that you inform and you correspond with other councillors about matters like this, whether or not it is what you class as a political party. It doesn't constitute itself as a political party, by the way, but I think you were wrong in doing this. You should have consulted with the rest of us, but thank you for your report.
Leo,
I can't condone illegal activity of any kind within the council, and that's one of my responsibilities.
Right, thank you. That is questions over. I've got Councillor Dungworth who's got a hand up. Can I ask what the nature of, because we've finished with questions?
Yes, I'm not asking a question, Chair. In light of the fact that, which is evident from the questions that have been asked this morning, the agenda we have before us touches on none of the issues currently facing Northumberland County Council and the issues that residents and indeed us as councillors want questions answered. So I would like to propose that this council moves to suspend the rules of procedure in relation to rules 10.1, 10.4 and 11 in brackets 3, which will allow motions to be heard from the floor and the order of business to be changed.
Right, I will ask the legal officer if that is in accordance, and then we'll presumably have a vote on that motion. Liam, is that?
Chairman, if I could just be clear with Councillor Dungworth, I'm just checking 10.1, 10.4 and 11.3, was that?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, 11.3, Chairman, allows a motion without notice to be brought forward by any member to suspend a particular council procedure rule. So I think it's that particular trigger that you're trying to pass in relation to the other rules of procedure that you've specified, Councillor Dungworth, 10.1 and 10.4. So it's an order because you can bring forward the procedural motion to suspend the rules of procedure, and you've notified the chairman and the meeting that the particular rules of procedure that you want to suspend or have suspended are motion 10.1 and motion 10.4. Would it assist the meeting if I were to read what those rules of procedure contain?
Yes, yep.
So I'll start with rule of procedure 10.1. Which is headed under Rule 10, motions on notice. 10.1, except for motions which can be moved without notice under Rule 11, written notice of every motion signed by any member must be delivered to the Democratic Services Manager not later than noon on the 14th day before the date of the meeting. These will be entered in the book open to public inspection. Motions must be signed by the mover and the seconder. Is that one of the rules of procedure that you wish to suspend, Councillor Dungworth?
That's correct.
And the other motion that I believe that you want Council to consider suspending is Rule of Procedure 10.4, which is entitled Limits on Motions. And it reads, there shall be a maximum of 3 motions on notice at each meeting, those to be taken where the number received exceeds the maximum number permitted to be determined by the order in which they're received, unless a member giving notice of a motion which is to be otherwise taken states in writing not later than noon on the 9th day before the date of the meeting that they propose to move it to a later meeting or withdraw it. In essence, then, you're seeking to lift the maximum number of motions that would be 3 to such other number that you might specify. And I wonder if you would want to specify that number now, or whether you would want to leave that to a subsequent time during the course of the meeting.
I would prefer to leave that open till later in the meeting. Thank you.
Chairman, unless you have any questions of me, a motion that is in order has been proposed by Councillor Dungworth in accordance with all other rules of procedure in relation to these matters. You would need a member to second that motion before it could be.
Is that motion seconded?
I second that motion, Chair.
expected. Right, now do we go to a debate, a vote?
In common with any other motion that has been proposed, you will now need to proceed to a debate, discussion, and ultimately a vote, Chairman.
Right, we're open for debate. I can see Councillor Nisbet. Councillor Nisbet? You need to mute.
Okay. Given the fact that the police are investigating issues raised by the most senior officer and that the whistleblower has not been treated properly.
Hang on.
This isn't the question.
I'm being advised. Can you give Councillor Nisbet some advice on what she can and cannot say? Because some things are legal.
In what way?
Members are entitled to, obviously, to comment on the debate in relation to the proposed motion, but I would counsel Councillor Nisbet and all other members that there are obvious limitations to what comments could be made in relation to confidential processes, some discussion in relation to which has already been had within this meeting. So I would ask members to bear in mind if they wish to make comments about issues relating, for example, to whistleblowing, or issues in relation to the employment of a member of staff of Northumberland County Council, they should not make those comments which would otherwise disclose confidential information.
Have you got that, Councillor Nisbet?
Yes, well, loud and clear.
Do you want to continue, or shall I go to Councillor Dungworth and then Dickinson?
Well, you can go to Councillor Dungworth.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dungworth.
Yes, thank you. I wish to speak on this motion. Now it's been clarified that we can go ahead with it. I would have preferred not to have had to do this. And as such, I was one of 5 members of this council who, in accordance with our constitution, that may or may not be used, depending on how you feel at the time, wrote to the chair of this council to ask for an extraordinary meeting immediately after the chief executive was put on extended leave. We asked 5 questions in that email, which we wanted addressed at an extraordinary council meeting. I sent that email on the 10th of August. I had to remind you, Chair, on the 17th of August to reply to me, as I hadn't had a response. And at that time, you said that the meeting was going to be the 2nd of September. I then followed that up, asking what would be on the agenda. Would it be a normal council agenda? Because this was a normal council meeting that was already in the diary. Would the issues that we had raised be on the agenda, and how the issues of having a virtual meeting would be addressed? The only response I got was in terms of the virtual meeting, when you said that measures were being put in place, and those measures have been, and that is fantastic. Thank you, and thank you to the staff who have done an amazing job. However, you said you would come back to me on the other issues. On the 20th of August, following a request from us for information from Democratic Services, we were told that the agenda was done, the date for submitting motions had passed the day before, and that was it. So we have actually been left with no other option but than to use this to get those matters raised and debated by elected members in this council, which is quite shameful, frankly. If we had denied the opportunity that our constitution allows us, then we will have to use other channels in order to have these debates. Thank you.
I can answer some of those. I did seek legal advice at that time about the meeting, and it was in middle of August. Officers were away on holiday, and we had a bank holiday to come, so we ended up agreeing that within the time scale, the 2nd of September, which was set in your diaries, was the actual meeting. I did clarify about extraordinary meetings, annual general meetings, and full council meetings, and there is no difference between any of them. Thank you. I'll go to...
Sorry, Chair, but you didn't clarify those with myself or the other 5 members, or the other 4 members who signed that letter.
Right, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supporting Councillor Dungworth's motion because I'm worried in case the leader and the Tory party of this administration are putting their self-interests in front of the members that we actually we represent. And it worries me because of all the allegations and so on that's coming out daily, and the fact that we are not allowed to be able to address these issues openly and honestly and transparently, like they say in their documentation they are. So I would just support Councillor Dungworth in this raising this motion, because I'm very, very worried that you're putting your self-gratification and gains in front of the residents of Northumberland. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know where to start really, but first of all, if you read the Constitution, there is a difference between council meetings. It is stated in that bit of the Constitution. They're not all the same. There are 3 different kinds of council meeting, and this is an ordinary one, not an extraordinary one. But anyway, what I would just want clarification about, because I'm not sure, and I have had a couple of other people ask me about this. I take it that if this motion passes, there will be perhaps another motion. It might bring up the removal of the leader or some such thing like that. Would such a motion, if passed, mean that the whole administration would fold, or is it just the removal of the leader?
Do you want me to answer that?
I'll ask Liam to give you, because then you get, you know, the legal side of it. Legal.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Reid. In that hypothetical situation that you've just outlined, the only motion that the council could pass in relation to the membership of the cabinet would be to, as they do when they appoint a leader, would be to remove the leader, and no other motion would be effective.
Okay, I did clarify as you answered that, or you contributed, Councillor Reid, and the legal officer said that the distinction between all those e-meetings, etc., is irrelevant. So our next one, who's next? Nobody. Right. And yes, Councillor Malcolm Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Just for a bit of clarification, are we entitled to know what these potential motions might be, or are we just to accept a generic motion to accept any motions after we take a vote?
Well, I think that, do you want to?
I think I can probably assist. It's up to members who are proposing the motion to persuade the other members of council that they should vote to suspend the rules of procedure. I presume in that debate they may wish to decide exactly what information they may impart to other members to persuade them so.
So yeah, an answer, Councillor Dickinson. Councillor Dickinson.
Sorry, Chair. Those young'uns forgot which button to press for a second there. Chair, this is just a motion in order to allow members who are extremely frustrated, who have signed letters, who have requested information, who have attempted to meet various members of the council, to hear a motion and bring forward something that members are entitled to debate and discuss. The scaremongering around whole administrations falling, people wrestling power, all this kind of stuff is absolute tosh. This is a motion to suspend a simple rule which will allow Councillor Dungworth to present a motion at council, which councillors may or may not vote to support. We have to be given that opportunity to share that with the rest of the members. That's all we're asking for. So I propose we move to the vote, Chair.
Councillor Oliver.
Can I just ask Councillor Dungworth why she didn't put the motions forward in the normal way? I think normally you can put 3 motions in a week ahead of a meeting, and this
because it was a shambles from the start, Councillor Oliver.
No, I wasn't. Sorry, I was asking Councillor Dungworth. But if there's a normal process, you put the motions in a week ahead of the meeting, and and I just don't understand why that didn't happen.
It's not for Councillor Dunworth to reply, I think. It's been put that
I think I covered that in my moving of the motion, to be Chair, and maybe if the member had been listening, he would have heard that. I asked for clarification on behalf of myself, my group, and 4 of the members who signed a letter as to what exactly was going to be on. There would have been no need for this motion had the issues that were raised in that initial letter asking for an extraordinary meeting been on this agenda. I didn't. Now, the chair may have received legal advice and clarification. What he didn't do was pass that legal advice or clarification on to me, other than to say it was lawful to hold this as the meeting. I specifically asked him for what was going to be on the agenda. Would the issues raised be on the agenda? I did not receive a response to that. When we chased it up with Democratic Services, obviously realising that the rules were being changed under our feet, when we could put motions in, we were told we had missed the deadline. I am sorry, but I don't believe that was an accident at all. And
well, I'm sure that the date
if this isn't agreed today, it further proves this council is operating under a veil of secrecy and collusion.
Here, here.
Right. I can assure you, I did take the legal advice that you have, because we were a matter of days away from a full council. And I recall in a previous administration, the cost of a full council. I don't want to say it on here because it's been aired before. I didn't believe it at the time. Right, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Let's not kid ourselves here. Everybody knows what question is going to be put. I think residents of Northumberland, I think there's quite a few who are watching this, are saying, put that question to the meeting. I think the Conservative members would like to, given an opportunity to say whether they have confidence in the leader or not. This council is completely paralysed at the moment. We're going to go from bad to worse. I've never heard such a load of disingenuous nonsense come out of people's lips than I've just heard. And words like, oh yes, we're moving to full independent investigation. The auditors and the audit committee have sought to get assurances around that independent investigation. At the moment, I can have no confidence whatsoever that that is not being hobbled as well. And I think everyone has to say, and the leader himself, after that performance that he has just had, I think that question has to be put to this meeting. And if there are Conservatives who really need to think about this very hard and be true to their residents, allow this question to be put. Otherwise, in the words of Margaret Thatcher, it'll prove you're all frit.
Councillor Gordon Castle.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Chairman. I hope it wouldn't be necessary to speak, but I'm certainly not going to be bullied by Councillor Hill, who specialises in this kind of procedure. But my problem is that if this motion that the opposition and others wish to put is of such significance and importance, we should have seen it the usual 10 days earlier. We shouldn't be looking at it now. The fact is, we've got
It's not 10 days, Gordon, just for clarification.
Sorry, Chair, point of order. Councillor Castle has just... Sorry, Councillor Castle has accused me of bullying, and this is typical of the...
Don't be quiet, let someone else speak, Councillor Hill.
No, you've accused me of bullying, and I want an apology for accusing me of bullying.
Councillor Castle, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My point is quite straightforward. There is a set number of days so that members may consider the motion in front of them. We haven't got a motion in front of us to consider, other than the ones being put to suspend standing orders, so we don't have that opportunity. I don't think that's right. There is a procedure to follow, and I'm afraid it's down to the opposition to explain why they didn't follow it, but they're blaming the administration because they didn't follow it. I don't go with that, and I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I must agree with my leader and Councillor Hill because I do think there's underhanded issues being going on. And to be quite honest with you, I'm in total agreement about motion going forward today because of all of the scurrilous, because a scurrilous word has been, you know, bandied about before, issues that goes on with this current administration, and we have no faith whatsoever in you being fair, transparent and open to our groups and to the residents. So therefore, this is why this has come forth today, and Georgina is quite right. We have requested audit committee meetings so we can start looking at these processes and seeing exactly what's going wrong, and especially with, well, there's loads, numerous stuff going on that way, you know, getting daily, and we're being told more or less to just shut up and go away. Well, I'm afraid we aren't going to do that. So I fully support whatever goes on today, and good on you, Councillor Dungworth, for bringing it up.
Right. For clarity on Councillor Hill, you tried umpteen ways to get in on this act. You tried various ways to have a meeting. The overview and scrutiny processes had gone through the COVID, which is what you actually put down as the reason to have an extraordinary audit.
Sure.
I didn't believe that that was the reason that you actually wanted an audit. You had no history of pushing the COVID agenda.
Chair, I cannot believe the amount of excuses and buck passing that has gone on here. And let's just talk about Daljit Lally for a minute.
No,
Daljit is a leader.
Again,
He is a leader and she will take responsibility and take the blame. There's such a lack of leadership with you guys passing the buck, and I have to take exception. I'm sorry.
I have to follow legal advice.
What about asking Councillor Castle to apologise for keeping me bullying? That's unacceptable.
Can you put it up? Yeah. I have to follow the legal advice that comes from our legal officer. Right, I want to move forward on this vote if we can. Right, Liam, how do we want to proceed?
Well, at the moment, Chairman, your rules of procedure would provide for a show of hands in relation to.
Yes, for a named vote.
Yeah.
If we could ask if a fifth of the members present, and I think I calculated that as 15.
Right.
Sorry, 13, beg pardon.
I know.
If 13 members wish to have a name vote, then you should have a name vote.
Can those, I'll do it on a hand basis, those that want a name vote, please show hand. If we get more than 15, we go for a name vote. 13. Yeah.
Is that an electronic hand or a real hand, Chair?
Either, Scott, either.
There anyway.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, you've got
12, 30. Yes, we go to a name vote. Okay. So, Susan, can you, Councillor Dungworth, can you remind us of the motion before we go? And this is standard practice.
The motion is that this council moves to suspend the rules of procedure in relation to rules 10.1, 10.4 and 11.3, which will allow motions to be heard from the floor and the order of business to be changed.
Right. Do you want to read them out?
I can, Chairman. I can read.
So it's a simple matter: for, against, or abstain. Now, as always, we will go alphabetically. So those near the top need to get ready. Do you want to read them out?
Thank you, Chairman. If you mute their microphones if they're not.
And can you mute your microphones, please, if you're not, because I'm hearing noises from you all. Councillor Bridget, can you mute, please? Thank you. Not anybody else. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Bowman, can you mute, please? Check them all, Thomas. Right.
Right. Do you want me to begin, Chairman? Councillor Armstrong.
Against.
Councillor Bond.
Against.
Councillor Bennon.
Against.
Councillor Bowman.
For.
Councillor Bridget.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For.
Councillor Carty.
For.
Councillor Castle.
Against.
Councillor Sesford.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Crosby.
Against.
Councillor Dale.
For.
Councillor Daly.
For.
Councillor Davy, Grant Davy.
For.
Councillor Susan Davy. Councillor Davy, Susan Davy.
For.
I'm hearing a 4, thank you. Councillor Scott Dickinson.
For.
Councillor Dodd.
Against.
Councillor Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dungworth.
For.
Councillor Dunn.
For.
Councillor Flux.
Against.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
Against.
Councillor Gobin.
Have you got it? For.
Thank you, Councillor Gobin. Councillor Grimshaw.
For.
Councillor Heppel.
For.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Homer.
Against.
Councillor Horncastle.
Against.
Councillor Hutchison.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Against.
Councillor Kennedy.
For.
Councillor Lang.
For.
Councillor Laurie.
Against. Against.
Councillor Ledger.
For.
Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Nesbitt.
Oh.
Councillor Oliver.
Against.
Councillor Parry.
For.
Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Purvis.
For.
Councillor Quinn. Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Renner Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Richards.
For.
Councillor Rickard.
For.
Councillor Riddle.
Against.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Roughhead.
Against.
Councillor Sanderson.
Against.
Councillor Seymour.
Against.
Councillor Sharp.
For.
Councillor Simpson.
For.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Stowe.
Against.
Councillor Swinburne.
For.
Councillor Swithenbank.
For.
Councillor Thorne.
Against.
Councillor Towns.
Against.
Councillor Wallace. Councillor Wallace.
There was a name displayed of Wallace previously, which was entered incorrectly.
Wallace is there. Is he there?
Councillor Wallace, can you hear us?
Against.
Against.
I hear again. Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Wearmouth.
Against.
Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson.
Last on mute, Chair. Is he there? He's definitely here. Still there, but he's muted. I've asked to unmute, Chair.
Councillor Wilson, can you hear us?
Councillor Wilson. can't see him.
We can see him there. He's muted there, Chair. I've given him a notification to unmute.
Can you unmute him? Oh.
Tom, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. Can you hear us, Tom? Bear with us, everybody. We're trying to unmute them.
Hammer. Oh, great. Do you get that?
Yes.
Could you say that again, please, Councillor Wilson?
So,
thank you.
Sorry about that.
Give us a minute.
Chair, when Liam's doing the calculation there, can I just advise people to switch their mics up, because there was some words being spoken under people's breaths there that people don't want to hear.
I didn't hear them, but I will reiterate. I try to watch on who's not unmuted. Councillor Wilson's not unmuted again.
Huh?
Can you unmute? Or mute, sorry.
Right, what's that then?
It's called mute. There's a button. There, you're okay. You can see that you're muted. Right. I'll go back to Liam. Or do you want to give it to me? Or?
Chairman, if I may, if it will assist, for the motion to suspend rules of procedure 10.1 and 10.4, 34, against that motion 31. The motion is carried. Those rules of procedure are suspended.
Did you get all that? 34 to 31. So it is, the motion is carried and we suspend standing orders. Can we now, I can see two hands up, Councillor Dungworth.
Thank you, Chair. I'd now like to propose the following motion: that this council no longer has confidence in the political leadership and therefore resolves to remove Councillor Peter Jackson from the position of leader. Seconded, somebody.
Is that seconded?
Seconded. Seconded, yeah.
Seconded.
I think we had 3 seconds.
Yeah, we've got that. Right. Councillor, before we get into debate, I've got Councillor Jackson.
Oh, right. Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's been quite a long-standing smear campaign against me over the last few weeks, and I do think that I deserve an opportunity just to review where we've got to as a council over the last 3 years, and actually a couple of issues.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. A motion's been moved and seconded.
It's Liam?
Yeah,
yes,
I'm just speaking to the motion.
You know,
I'm sorry, no.
Debate the motion.
You're not speaking to the motion. The Chair brought you in specifically before the motion, he said.
Hang on, Councillor Dunworth, I'm seeking clarity.
It might be sensible for the proposer of the motion, should she wish to commence the debate.
Right, the proposer of the motion is Councillor Dungworth, and you may wish to commence the debate, which I will give you the opportunity now.
Chairman, can you remind members that no speech may exceed 6 minutes?
Right, you're all timed, and you heard that 6 minutes. So I'm going to Councillor Dungworth, who moved the debate. That's the advice I've been given. Councillor Dungworth.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say before we start that this is a sad day for Northumberland County Council. I think there are very few councils ever in the country that have moved a motion of no confidence in their leader, whatever the political balance of that council. But the last 26 days, quite frankly, have been unbelievable sitting where I'm sitting. We've seen breaches of the whistleblowing policy. We've seen members' emails disappearing overnight. We've had major personal and professional data breaches. We're hearing about dodgy land deals, pressures exerted on officers regarding budget allocations and grant allocations, the denial of audit committee meetings and council meetings, and the interference with committee membership. Our reputation is in shreds. Northumberland County Council is the laughing stock of the region. And whilst as politicians, we might be able to deal with that, and that's what we do a bit, our officers are not paid to be subjected to intimidation and bullying. They are not paid to deliver our services under a cloud of scandal and embarrassment. And that is exactly what we're expecting of people at the moment. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We've heard already from our Director of Public Health that the numbers are rising again in Northumberland. We need to be focused on the job in hand. And for the last 26 days, we have not been focused on the job in hand. Our staff are demoralised. They're frightened, literally frightened, to raise their heads above the parapet. They're scared that they're going to be the next ones who are picked off. And I would advise members of this council and people watching online, and I believe there's about 500 of them, to watch very closely what happens in this council in coming days. But this culture of bullying and intimidation comes from the top. Northumberland hasn't had a culture of bullying and intimidation, and I would say on an officer level does not have that. But what we have bred politically from the top is an acceptance of behaviours that are totally unacceptable in any form of public life, any form at all, and do not adhere to the Nolan principles in which we're all supposed to stand in office with. In those 26 days, I have received 5 emails from the leader of this council. I have received no explanation as to the different allegations being made. I have received no assurances about what is being done in terms of investigation. I keep hearing bandying around, there is an investigation. I don't know anything about that. I don't expect to know any details that might compromise that investigation, but I expect to know something about the investigation that's being conducted. And I've heard nothing. 5 emails, one-liners, telling us who's resigned from the cabinet and who's replaced them, telling us they have every faith in the officers that are still running the council, although that is not the message we're getting across this council. People do not feel that they are supported and that they are safe in this employment. And 1 email to tell us who was going to be acting as our head of paid service and deputy. That's all we've received as member. Now, I don't know about you, but that's not what I class as leadership. As is a common saying, Peter Jackson has become the story here, and in the desperate attempt to save his reputation, is causing uncalculable damage to the reputation of this great county council, of the staff who work for it, and the people who live in it. And it's actually causing damage to our reputation as well for failing to deal with it. Appeal to all members here today to do the right thing and actually put the interests of the county of Northumberland, of its residents, of its workforce first, not political party allegiance, not personal allegiance. I would say to all of you here that you actually have nothing to lose today except your reputation. I move this motion.
Right, Councillor Jackson.
The seconder may wish.
Councillor Jackson, the seconder may wish to.
The seconder may wish to provide their contribution now, or they may reserve it until later. In
Right, did you hear that? Now, I need to...
I'll reserve it until later.
You'll say that later, right? I'll go to Councillor Jackson.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair. I absolutely refute all of the things that have just been said, and I'll say right at the start, it's been incredibly difficult for me as leader and all of my cabinet members because of the legal processes that we're all involved in. It's been very difficult, in fact, if not impossible, for us all to actually clear our names of some of these ridiculous smears that have been put around about us. This motion is about me as council leader, and I'll say right up front that I'm actually incredibly proud of the achievements of myself and my cabinet over the last 3 years. We've actually changed the ambition of this county, and we've engendered a massive pride in our county, and we've got an investment in our county going that's actually never been seen before. We put £100 million into roads. We've got the biggest schools building program of any county in the whole country, and that's right across the county. We're the first administration in Northumberland to even start building new leisure centres, and we're doing that for the first time in a whole generation. We're rebuilding town centres right across the county. So we're rebuilding Ashington. There's the new Blythe Town Centre plan. We've got plans for Hexham, and we're just about to push the button and bring the diggers into Bedlington and make that into a town that people who live there are really proud of. Berwick in particular has had a level of renewal and investment that it's never seen before. And we've got a county now that punches above its weight nationally and regionally. So I've been quite involved. In fact, I've been leading the move to get £600 million investment through the North of Tyne Combined Authority. I've got £285 million through the Borderlands Growth Fund, which is actually going to spark off the building of a new Berwick Maltings centre up in Berwick, and the Adgeffryn Centre in Wooler. The Northumberland line, we're the first administration to really put our weight behind it and put real money behind it. And as a result, we're going to get £192 million of government investment that will transform that whole area of our county beyond recognition. And we're creating thousands of jobs in the offshore and renewables industry. And alongside that, we've been making actually not difficult choices at times. So we made the really difficult choice to start a new local plan, and that saved thousands and thousands of our communities and thousands of acres for being concreted over by developers and wrecking our green belt. Now, I want to finish that job, and part of the difficult decisions I've made recently over the past few days is I'm actually determined as leader of the council to finish that job. Now, there have been questions about recent events, and I'm quite aware that I'm not allowed to go into the detail of that, and that's what has made it so difficult for me as for the rest of the council. But there have been increasing issues of trust and confidence, and that's been evidenced and running for a number of months. There's been a complete breakdown in the relationship of the county council and our development company Advance, and as leader I wasn't prepared to put up with that. And then we've just discovered in the international business that there is the real possibility that it's been operating illegally under the terms of the Local Government Act 2011. And as leader of the council, it's something
Excuse me, sorry, point of order. How is the leader allowed to talk about individual issues that may have legal implications and other members aren't?
I'm taking legal advice. I have legal advice coming in my ear. I'll get clarification.
Tom, could you mute the room, please?
Yes, no problem.
I'm told that we have to keep off some of the information or things that are being said.
I've finished that bit now.
Thank you.
So I can assure the council, and the monitoring officer will assure the council, that there are proper and independent processes in place and underway to look at all of that. And then there has been much made of these whistleblowing allegations. Well, I'll tell you straight, they're bunkum. There is no facts and evidence to back them all up. They're pure smears to muddy the water. Now, again,
Chair, can you bring the leader under control, Chair? If nobody else is allowed to reference whistleblowing legalities or anything else, then you must bring the leader in.
Councillor Dickinson, leader, can you rein in that? I will have to take action, but please, I am under legal obligations, so please.
That's all right. Yeah. Again, I can assure the council that there is a full and independent process being put in place to look at all of these things, and the person that they need to ask for to make sure that that process is in place is actually the monitoring officer. So I'm absolutely determined that these processes should be put in place. I feel like I've been judged and hounded by the press in the face of actually no evidence and no facts to back that up. What I do to absolutely determine is that I should get the chance to clear my name and for these processes to go through, and then let the council decide and let the council make a judgment. I'm busy doing a really serious job of work to make our county a better place and to make our organisation as a county council an organisation that's fit for purpose and has real ambition and is really going to make a difference and improve each and every community up and down this county. And I think that now is not the right time to do that. We're going to leave a council in chaos, and it'll be to the detriment of every community up and down our county. We need to stick together as a county council, and actually stop all of this petty bickering and focus on the things that matter to the people who live up and down our great county. So I absolutely reject the nature of this motion.
Right, thank you for that. You did get an extra minute because there was some hold-ups, etc. in there. We have taken legal advice. Can everybody please remind everybody that careful what you say, not for me, for the legal officer.
Well, for council, Chairman.
And the council, because we could, Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Well, if the leader has such integrity, I think that with all due respect, he should stand down until all these investigations has been thoroughly investigated. If he had any nouns in him at all, with the view that the residents of Northumberland County, with the residents of Northumberland deserves that. And also, if everything in the garden's rosy, as he prefers to try to get in touch with the wider public, that's everything's wonderful. Why then did immediately 2 of his senior cabinet members resign? Because of everything that you've laid out into us, because of all the future investment and what you're doing and all this and that, and it looks absolutely wonderful. Then why should 2 of your most senior cabinet members resign? So could I have clarification on that? Because I just think it's absolutely unbelievable that you can sit there and talk such tosh that and think that we're all going to believe you. Sorry, Chair.
Go to Councillor Mark Purvis. Councillor Thorne's left.
Councillor Thorne needs to get talk for IT support now to come back.
I think Lynn's kind of covered what I was going to say, but I would have said three members of the cabinet resigned. Can you give me an answer why, if everything's marvellous and everything's running great?
Public record.
I must be living on a different planet because it's total chaos. So I'd just like to know why 3 cabinet people have resigned in the last 3 weeks. Thanks.
I've got on my screen Councillor Jeff Reid, who I think was next.
Correct, Chair.
Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Well, Peter, Councillor Jackson did a good job there of saying what the administration has done. And you start to weigh, or you start to think about these things and you think, yeah, that's, all of that's been good. And then he says his administration is the first administration that's ever built any leisure centres. Well, that's just plainly wrong. My administration found the money, bought the land, designed Ashton Leisure Centre, and the next administration continued that and built it. So if you're just going to blatantly lie when you talk to us, then how can I believe anything you say, Peter? You know, the leisure centre in Ashington is a monument to the Liberal Democrat administration. So don't tell me that you're the only people that have done anything, because it's just not true.
Councillor Watson.
Sorry?
Has he stopped?
I presume you had stopped. I was shouting.
No, I could go on forever.
I know you.
So,
Councillor Watson.
Oh, you cut me off now, are you?
I thought you'd finished.
No, I haven't finished.
All right, sorry.
So when it comes to it, he talks of chaos will happen if I go. Chaos is already here. We're 4 stations past chaos. I think we're at oblivion. You can hear my clock chiming. We're at the end. What you should have done was you should have thought about this last week and thought the best thing I can do is resign, because you've ended up with this chaos, Peter. What does this look like? What do you think this looks like to the 500 people that are watching this? You should have faced up to your responsibilities last week and said, I'm going. And as far as the calling of this meeting is concerned, as I understand it, proper papers were filled in quoting parts of the Constitution that said there should be a special meeting, and this is what it should talk about. The reason Councillor Dunworth has had to go through all this rigmarole is because your administration has stuck so many barriers in its way that they couldn't get anything on the agenda to bring this up. So this is why we've had to do it this way, and it just looks bad. So face up to it and leave.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Watson. I can't hear. I'm going to go to Councillor Carty.
Got you. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
I'm going to Councillor Carty. Work out how you press the buttons, Jeff. Councillor Carty, I'll come back to you.
Thank you for letting me come in, Chair. We haven't had a reply to Councillor Grimshaw's or Councillor Purvis's answer as to why the 3 cabinet members have left. You've just skirted around the issue, and we haven't had an answer. And as councillors, we want an answer as to why the cabinet members feel, why the cabinet members have left.
Right, Councillor Watson.
Right, this time, sorry about that. All my life I've believed in fairness and due process. And what we have now is a situation where this council is going through a due process. It's going through an independent, following independent rules about various things. I don't want to get into too much of it, but I was a bit taken aback by Councillor Dunworth's comment that she had no evidence that the independent examinations were taking place. I think she must have a bad memory, because I believe she was at one of the things that I attended where this process was being trained on. So I just want to reaffirm I have not been involved in any of the stuff that is the allegations, unproved allegations, which have been made from both whistleblowing and anything else that you want to talk about. Nothing has been proved. Until such time as any allegations of any description are followed through and proved, how can you call somebody guilty? You mustn't do that. It is not right. It is not fair. We have to follow through procedures, and we have to decide after we've had independent investigations, and then we can decide what the correct course of action is. Please think about that. The system in this country is innocent until proved guilty. And we are not, some of you are just not wanting to do that, from what I understand. Thank you, Chair.
Legal advice. There is a lot of legal stuff going on, and I speak to all of you. Can you please be extremely careful what you are saying? There are some investigations and processes.
Please, John, please.
Yeah. can we stop the references to investigation and being asked? I have, who's next?
Councillor Gallagher.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to react to the address that Peter Jackson gave around Ashington. I'm dismayed and amazed that he can stand on his record of 3 years of being in administration of what he's done for Northumberland and mainly Ashington. I've sat in numerous meetings along with my fellow Ashington councillors, wishing and praying, and we've just getting is false promises, smiles, false promises, and you can actually look at that now. 3 years on, what has Peter Jackson done? Yeah, he can talk about the Ashington Blind Line, but that was work with the Labour administration. You can't use that as it was just a continuity of work programs. We in Ashington, my residents, my town, have been let down massively by this Tory administration. So don't stand there and tell me you've done something good for Ashington, because you've done nothing. What you did as soon as you got elected, you switched the lights off and locked the door and walked away. And that's all you've ever done for Ashington. So please, just defend yourself on what you've done, not what you haven't done for Ashington. Thank you.
Councillor Nisbet. She next.
It's just the fact that it's just coming up with what Councillor Carty said and what Susan has said, is the fact that if there's nothing going on, why doesn't he own up and tell why these 3 members have resigned? Because at the end of the day, we are the council and we are entitled to know what's going on. Plus the fact you've got a cabinet that sits there with all Tory, a Tory cabinet. You've got no opposition on there that can say anything at all. So, and you're calling that you do a blooming good job at the council. I'm sorry, but I can't take that in at all. I think Peter Jackson needs to resign as from now, and let we get this sorted out once and for all, so we all know what's going on.
Councillor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I know Peter's been, obviously he's the discussion on this, and we should reflect, Councillor Jackson's been a councillor for many years, and we all know being a councillor is a bloody hard job. Being a cabinet member is a hard job. Being the leader is the hardest job of being a councillor. And, we have to reflect, he's had many years and he's put lots of devoted service into Castle Morpeth and at the county council. So, he should be, that should be reflected, that he has done all of that. However, we've got to look what's happened in these last few months. You've got your external auditor resign. Your chief executive is now on paid leave. And now 3 of your closest members, your cabinet members, have resigned. Now, this is not your opposition pulling you down, Peter. It's those 3 things that have happened, and it's ended up being your own internal party, your own cabinet members, who plunged the knife into you. We're picking up the newspapers. We're walking out the house every single day, and it's, Derek, what's all this about? And I'm looking at them going, I don't know. I haven't got a clue. I want to go to local area committees, but they've been cancelled since March. And I've written into the council going, why aren't they back on? The town council, a 10-bob town council can have meetings, yet a county council where we pay £2,000 a year into, it won't have the meetings. And there's no discussion, and we don't know. And then all of a sudden we're opening newspapers going, he's done this, she's done that, they've been suspended, they've resigned. It's a shambles. It is an absolute shambles. And for 3.5 years, it's been okay. And then all of a sudden, kaboom. All of this, and we know there's more stuff to come out. Now, I'm a backbencher. And now I am so far away from what actually goes on in the innards of this council, but you know there's more stuff going to come out. And we just can't go on like this for any longer. It's just awful. It is just the reputation of the council, the services that we provide, the millions of pounds that we're in control of on behalf of the public. They've got no confidence and no trust in us anymore because of these alarming headlines day after day after day after day. And it's just not enough. And we can't go on like this. And I'm really sorry, Peter, but there's been things happening in Hexham which has been good. I've been happy about the high school. I mean, I've been a councillor for 18 years, and that was always my big thing. I wanted the new high school because it should have been, it needed doing, and it's been getting done. And there's other things, other towns need things done, and that they are getting done. But for the life of me, we can't have this reputation and this constant drip, drip, drip. And it's when you know where all that drip's coming from, and that's internally inside your own party, because they have lost confidence in you. Not necessarily, and we're just swept along with this because we can't have it any longer, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Derek. On my list, Councillor Anne Dale. Councillor Dale, we can't.
Yeah, I'm on now. Thank you very much. Just to say, I've been a councillor for 25 years. My intention has always been to serve the communities, to fulfil the ambition for them and respond to their needs and to keep them safe. And it's vital that we have a happy and well-resourced staff. Otherwise, we can't deliver these ambitions and keep them safe, especially during these difficult times. These times are unprecedented, as you all know, with COVID-19, and the officers have been absolutely brilliant in what they have done. But the breakdown of the relationships between the chief exec and the leader of the council is unsettling everyone. The lead members for the two most important group parts of the cabinet, Councillor Daly and Councillor Jones, have left and aren't able to support you. Derek Kennedy mentioned earlier about EY, and I just believe in putting factual things down, and they're very clear in their scathing report. The council operates within a highly politically charged environment, and we have observed a growing tension between the main political parties over the last few years. Management has commented that the politics of the council, that's the management, has commented that the politics of the council can make it difficult to carry out their day job. And that raises real concerns with me. And they go on to say the above factors create the potential to seriously impact on the council's governance arrangements. And there is a risk that improvements to management culture and governance are not being progressed as quickly as possible. And I know that the new external auditors are taking over some of the work that have been raised by EY, and we're waiting to see what they're going to say with advance and other things. Can I just remind people, we had a peer review in 2014, for those people who remember. And this is what the peer review said. Staff at all levels told us that they were feeling more unable to do their jobs in an increasingly open council, with fewer hierarchies and more freedoms to take action within their scope and roles. And that's my main concern, is under this leadership, the staff are feeling not feeling unloved, but they're not feeling appreciated. They're working at home. Some of them have to desk share, etc., with wives, family. They have children, everything. And actually, what they want is strong leadership, a leader who brings everybody together, who communicates with everybody and supports everybody. And I think I can agree with Councillor Dunworth. you know, there's lots being done. There hasn't been that nice open support of a friendly council working together when we've got real issues, something that the council, the officers, and actually the residents would appreciate. And since 2017, we have lost an unprecedented amount of senior staff, highly experienced staff, and we've lost 3151 officers. And it's been a vast cost to the council taxpayer. And we need that money. We need that money to look at our roads, our pavements, our potholes, and I could go on. Anyway, in the end, I have to say that Northumberland, if we're going to get a cultural change in this council and how it operates and how it delivers services, we need a top investigation. Not an investigation taken on by this council, but maybe Nero could come in, but it has to be an independent investigation, not organised or run by this council or any of its committees, or indeed the audit committee or the monitoring officer. It should be given to the external auditors to find somebody who is enabled to come in, because I know I've worked with Councillor Jackson for many, many years, and I won't say anything, I don't believe in revenge, but I just think that we need to move on, and I think he does need to step aside to make sure that we can actually deliver for our people. But we can't have these awful headlines. I was horrified to read them. I felt sorry for the people who were having taking those headlines all over the crowd, here and there. But actually, whoever they are, it's not nice. People have children, people have families. And when you get into a culture like this, it has to stop. Because we are councillors, we're here to represent the people. And I think the bullying has to stop. And I think we need to support our staff, officers, and everyone, especially during these difficult times.
Thanks. Councillor Bain. Thank you. Move to Councillor John Bainan.
Thanks, Chair. I find the Labour leader and her councillor's hypocrisy absolutely astounding. Does she not remember why the main reason why Labour were kicked out at the last election? And there's still skeletons in their cupboard which are still being investigated.
No, I did not.
She has very, very short memory, that's for sure. And going on about Ashington, Bedlington, Blythe, what did the Labour group ever do for those towns? Not a great deal. You're talking about the public. The public aren't as daft as many of you councillors make out. They can actually see what's going on. There has to be an investigation, external, independent investigation. Talk to many of the staff, to the officers, which I do on a very regular basis, and you will find the improvement under this administration compared to the last administration in the standards of working, and the happiness there is unbelievable, the change. Let's get an independent investigation done, support the leader, get the truth out, and then we can move on. Thank you, Chair.
Right, who's next?
Councillor Hill.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make just a few points, and I think it's important not to confuse issues here and confuse what happened previously and confuse issues about independent investigations. I do completely agree with Councillor Dale. She has talked about the type of things that you do to get an independent investigation rather than just float it about as the administration have been done without giving us any assurance. In terms of Berwick, and the leader has, and I'm all for fair play, if you're saying what has Peter Jackson and the Conservatives done in partnership with the local county councils for Berwick, you would have to say evidentially that we've had more than we've had for decades. There's no two ways about that, and I would never take that away from any of us who've been involved in that or the administration. That would be absolutely fair and right thing to say. But what has happened, and it's been extraordinary to see, a progress of something seriously starting to go wrong. And it's what older members of this council would tell the younger ones rather than the increasingly middle-aged ones. But more experienced members of the council will say to me, you know, I have seen administrations come and go and power goes to the head every single time, and they become remote and they become arrogant and they start having a little inner circle and they create a reality for themselves. And it was very sad to see, and it has completely exploded in the last few weeks. And I have to say that the issue is about confidence in the leader. And sadly, quite evidently with this mess that we're in, the leader has to take responsibility and do the right thing. Now, I have to say I'm in County Hall today, and they haven't needed to say, I know what every single member of staff in this building is wanting. I've had residents messaging me throughout this meeting, and they include members of the Conservative Party who say he has to go, this has had to stop. So it is a regretful situation, but I think ultimately it's about leadership, it's about accountability. It's not about an independent investigation that who knows could be from somebody you know down the lodge. We need to have assurances on that, and the leader needs to go, and we need to be able to move on.
Councillor Heppel. Councillor Heppel, you need to mute.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking for my button, sorry. I'm going to sort of agree with Derek Kennedy here, because I've had a lot of residents come to me and say, what the hell is going on at Northumberland County Council? And I have to say to them, I don't know, nobody tells me anything. And they say to me, well, it must be true because it's in the press. And that's the problem here, isn't it? The reputation of this council is completely shot. It's a shambles. It's just, now if you look at, I would urge Mr. Jackson to think about what happened at the A-level fiasco. The reputation of the council, irrespective of independent investigations, is quite critical. If people lose confidence in the reputation and well-run council, then we're in trouble, big trouble. If you look at the A-level fiasco, what happened? The senior civil servant resigned. The head of Ofqual resigned because of that shambles, and it's about time Jackson fell on his sword.
I've got two. Councillor Towns, I'll put you in the queue. You should press the hand button, but I'll go to Councillor Bridget.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't actually going to speak on this, but it was something that the member for Morpeth Stob Hill said before about the County Council being a happy environment for staff. Clearly he hasn't had the same phone calls and discussions I have had, because the last 4 weeks I have had members of staff crying on the phone because the atmosphere and the working environment within the County Council is so toxic. And it has reached that stage. And this isn't junior members of staff, managers, this includes senior members of staff as well. The environment within the council has become so toxic that they are literally walking around on eggshells. It is that bad. Now, I'm going to be upfront. I don't want to see the destruction of the Conservative Party. And I think that's been mentioned here already. I think up until this point, the Conservative Party could have rode into next year's elections and quite possibly ended up still being the largest party. It still could, but it needs a hand to steady the ship. And unfortunately, Councillor Jackson is not that steady hand. And while this investigation is going on, yes, by all means, allow those members the opportunity to clear their names, but do it while the council is being led by others. And that's why I will be voting in favour of the motion today.
Councillor Dickinson. There are people after you, so unless you wanted to come in at the end.
Oh, do you want me to come in at the end, Chair? Would you prefer that?
Well, you're a seconder, so you could if you.
I'll wait then, Chair. Fair enough.
Councillor Carty.
Councillor Dunworth, is that right too?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to come back to you on this issue again. You still haven't replied, Councillor Grimshaw and Councillor Purvis's request as to why 3 cabinet members have left. You didn't reply to my request when I asked you, and also Councillor Nesbitt. I'm going to ask you again, why has the 3 cabinet members left? Is it because they have also got no confidence in the leader and the leadership of the council, like the rest of us seem not to have?
Right, I'm looking at the list. Councillor Riddle. Did he have his hand up? Well,
yes.
Councillor Riddle, and I'll go to Councillor Townsend Richard.
Yes, fellow councillors, I think this is a very sad day for democracy that, you know, we've come to this where you all seem to be gloating in trying to bring Peter down. I believe that Councillor Jackson is a very good leader and he's done some great things. I've been a councillor probably for about the same time as Councillor Swithenbank. I think we joined the county council the same year. I think it's 32 years ago. And like Councillor Dale said, I've been there to serve my community, nothing else. I'm not a great political animal. But, you know, I've had accusations made against me, which, you know, the only way I found out about them are what have been in the press. Nobody's had the courtesy to give me those in writing, despite asking the legal officer, etc. Apparently we're not allowed to know. But there is a process in progress, and I very much welcome this transparent. If it's a full and transparent process and it goes ahead as it should, I have absolutely nothing to fear. And I can't speak for my other cabinet colleagues. They only know their own situation, but I've got every confidence that they are just vexatious complaints. So, you know, and the other thing is you talk about a council in chaos. Well, I haven't seen a council in chaos at the moment. Everything's still happening. The bins are getting emptied. Everything, the roads are getting fixed. Nothing has changed. And as far as complaints to me go from the public, I haven't had a phone call or an email about it. It is just absolute hype in the press, and it is doing nobody any good. It's a very bad day for democracy and public service.
Thank you. Councillor Margaret Richards.
Chair, I'm going to take this from another angle. When that sheet was suspended, sent away on holiday, whatever she was, I was absolutely astonished because I thought that was one of the Tories' best moves, having her as chief exec. And then I heard of Wayne Daly.
We can't hear it. Check.
Right. Can Councillor Richards be asked not to refer to the employment position of the chief executive? Is that all right?
Yeah. Councillor Richards, can you not refer to the employment position of the chief executive? Thomas Moore is trying to adjust your speaker so that, because it's coming over extremely loud, etc. So we'll try again, but please do not refer to what I've said to you, otherwise it will happen again. Right, Councillor Richards.
Richard, because I honestly can't look at you and think there's nothing wrong here. That man wouldn't be sitting there if there was something wrong. I have every respect for a great deal of the Tories, a great deal, and until today, one of them was you. But I'm hearing cover up, cover up, cover up. Please, can we split this open and can we move forward and can we have Northumberland back with a government which can take us into the 21st century?
Right, Councillor Julie.
An officer who put her head above the parapet, a very senior officer, to protect her staff. And we know what the allegations are. I'm not going to repeat them. We've had numerous councillors on here who have spoken to staff and have made it clear that staff feel unhappy, scared, etc. Again, I'm not going to go into great depths about it because you've already heard it from other councillors in this meeting. Think of our staff, please, when you come to do this vote. Think about the well-being of our staff. Think about our residents who've elected us to represent them. And let's give them a council that they can be proud of, because right now, I can't see anybody being proud of this council. I'm certainly not. I'm absolutely aghast at the way things are going. And if we vote to remove Peter Jackson from being the leader, is that going to stop the development in Bedlington? Is it going to stop a development in Ashington or Blythe? If this is something that's come from the Tory group, despite the fact a lot of it was actually started previously by Labour, but that's always pushed to one side. But if this is something that's coming from the Labour group, does it really matter which one of them, sorry, the Tory group, does it matter which one of them is at the helm driving that forwards? It matters for the confidence of the people who we represent. It matters for the confidence of the people who will be doing the work to drive these things forward. So that's what we really need to think about when we come to this vote.
Go to Scott.
Okay, and I really implore you, don't use the Bedlington development to sway you. Don't use what they're claiming for the Ashington development to sway you. Think of the staff and the residents, please, because this is a very, very important vote. Thank you.
Right, I'm going to go to Councillor Scott Dickinson. And then
Chair.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Towns. I'm looking at two different screens. I'll go to Councillor Towns and then to Councillor Dickinson. Councillor Towns, the floor is yours. Sorry.
Right, thank you. The virtual floor is mine. I've just got a few points to make. I've sat and listened very carefully, and again, like many others, I didn't actually plan to speak on this. I think my views are probably quite well known, but I have to comment on the amount of absolute crocodile tears that we're witnessing in this display today. This is nothing less, and let's not pretend. Let's not make fools of councillors and of the people watching and of the wider community. This is a political move. Now, those of you who know me reasonably well will know that in my professional life, I'm a lawyer and I'm all about due process. Councillor Watson's mentioned this. I'm not going to go into any further detail on that because we've been asked not to. But the fundamental underlying legal principle of innocent till proven guilty is absolutely sacrosanct in this country, and it should be sacrosanct in this council. Nobody deserves to be removed from their democratically elected position, and Peter is democratically elected as the leader of this council, and now I'll just clarify that point. Nobody deserves to be removed from that position simply based on headlines and a few people coming up to you in the street and saying, what's going on? I've never heard such rubbish in all my life. And I also suspect that the town council in Hexham doesn't like being referred to as a 10-bob town council either. On the point of why cabinet members have resigned, they're in this meeting. Why haven't you asked them? Why should Peter answer that? They've chosen not to speak so far. The reason they've resigned is a matter of public record. Their resignation letters were printed. If you've not bothered to look them up and read the content of it, then that's your problem. Frankly, I don't see why Peter should have to explain just because you want to try and make political points. So drop that, please. The final point I would like to make is actually a question for the legal officer, please. I have sat here and witnessed at least 2 members chatting away happily on their mobile phones for well in excess of several minutes during this debate, and I would like to know what if any, consequences there are for them chatting on their telephones. Are they still able to take part in the vote, please?
Liam, people on telephones during the meeting.
As long as members are able to affirm to the chairman when it comes to any vote on this matter that they have, notwithstanding any distractions that they may have had, and I'm aware that there are a number of distractions at any time in any meeting, as long as they can affirm to the chairman, I believe, that they're able to vote, have heard the full debate, then I don't see a particular problem with that issue. Thanks.
Well, right. Thank you, Chair. Just on that, well, I'm sure they will affirm that, obviously. However, perhaps if this is such a serious matter to them, they should have paid more attention to the debate and less attention to who was calling them.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Russ Wallace. Councillor Russ Wallace, you need to, yeah, you're there.
Thank you. I am not a party politician. I try to step back to look at what we've actually got here.
Can we ask him to?
Can you move towards the microphone? We can hardly hear you.
Okay, sorry. I am not a party politician. I've tried to step back here to see what we do have. And we have a series of allegations that are strenuously denied and under investigation.
Councillor Wallace, I don't want to refer to allegations again. Can you just get to the point without referring to allegations? I'm getting it in my ear, so please.
The situation has been fueled by rumour, by hearsay, by innuendo, by insinuation. It's been further driven by scurrilous emails from long-dead campaigners and discredited politicians, as well as a series of inflammatory accusations from keyboard warriors on various blogs. Now, I appreciate that some may have more information than is available to me, and I say in particular to the Cabinet members who have resigned, please share that information. What we don't have is facts. And until we do, we'd be best getting on with what we were elected for, and that is running our county to the best of our ability and not becoming embroiled with this kind of demeaning politicking. If we progress with this based on at best the flimsiest evidence, we will likely inflict irreparable damage to careers and to reputations. And I, for one, want nothing to do with that. And I ask that we all take a moment to reflect on just what we're doing here. And just think about what we're doing. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Oliver and Scott Dickinson. I've got you sitting waiting there, but Councillor Oliver, and then hopefully that is the end. We can move to.
Thank you, Chair. I have never really been involved in politics until 2016. I've never been a member of any political party until I joined the Conservative Party in 2016. I got into this for the same reason that other people have mentioned, serving my community. I've been proud to serve as part of this administration. I think we've done a phenomenal job. I think Peter has been a very good, a very strong leader, and a very strong leader will always upset people. You've got to make tough decisions as a leader. And what we're seeing today is some of the people that he's upset along the way in a very long political career, settling some old scores. I don't think it's any more than that. I've picked up newspapers these past couple of weeks and read allegations about me that have been leaked to the press. I'm not even aware of any whistleblowing allegations against me yet. So I just don't think this is fair. There should be fairness on all sides for everybody. If there are allegations against me, I should be able to see them. There should be a proper independent investigation. Anybody that's wondering and pretending that they don't know about an independent investigation only needs to look on the council website, have a look for the whistleblowing policy. It's there in black and white. In terms of, I'm not going to comment on any other investigations, but that's what we as cabinet members will be facing. An independent investigation as set out in the whistleblowing policy. And what I would ask members on all sides to do is to respect the rules of natural justice. And let's deal with this once those investigations are complete. And if anybody is found wanting, they can be asked to fall on their swords, or they can be dismissed or asked to resign. And then we'll deal with this in a proper way. People watching this are watching squabblings between petty politicians, disgracing themselves and making a real fool of democracy in Northumberland. This is a significant, important organisation that does a lot of good for a lot of people. And I think in these last 3 years, more good than ever before, as a resident, has been done. So let's not spoil this, and let's just actually deal with it properly, deal with it fairly, and give everybody recourse to natural justice.
Okay, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at this. I just can't believe what's going on. But I would like to reiterate comments made by Councillor Dale, actually, and comments made by our erstwhile auditors. The council operates within a highly politically charged environment, and we have observed a growing tension between the main political parties over the last few years. Management has commented that the politics of the council can make it difficult to carry out their day job, and it is clear that historical issues are still at the forefront of management's minds. Now that's in the public domain, everybody's read that. But if that's not a clarion call for more independent members of this chamber, I don't know what the hell is. What I would like to ask is, what happens next? What happens if Susan gets away and we remove Peter? And I really want to know what happens next before the vote.
Before I go to Councillor Dickinson and Dungworth, did Councillor Wearmouth put his hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If I may speak.
Volume.
Hang on. We'll see. Is that any better?
Yes.
No?
Yes, it was.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I think that it's just important that I note what I've seen as a new councillor in this council. I was elected for the first time, like a number of us, about 3.5 years ago now. And what I've seen from Councillor Jackson is an incredible demonstration of leadership throughout that time. He has done amazing things for this county, put us on the map. We've talked about the railway line and the return of the Northumberland line and the money into that scheme. That's been achieved through his leadership and his links with government. When it comes to the borderland growth deal, he was right at the forefront of that, pushed that through along with some of our MPs and got that over the line. That's a huge amount of investment in Northumberland. When it comes to north of Tyne, he was at the centre of that and making sure that that devolution came to our region. And in terms of what this looks like outside, I can't do anything other than agree with Councillor Oliver. It looks like a bunch of squabbling politicians arguing over God knows what. Ultimately, there's processes that are gone through, and those processes are in place. I won't talk about them for the sake of the legal officer's health. He must be on the edge right the way through this meeting, trying to keep people on the straight and narrow in terms of talking about what they should be talking about. But that process will not take a long time, and there's a natural justice thing here, and that natural justice should be done. And that's what I've got to say.
Right. I'm going to go to Councillor Dickinson.
Hey, I've never been so patient in my life, Chair. And I don't think I would ever have thought I'd be saying this, but I have to say I tend to agree with Councillor Oliver and Wearmouth. This is very much about fairness. This is very much about fairness for staff. It's very much about fairness for Northumberland residents. It's very much about bringing an end to Carry On Council that we've seen over the last few weeks and months. This is about making sure that we do the right thing as elected by our communities. And that is to listen to the staff that Councillor Bridget talks about that have rang us in tears. This is about listening to the people who continue to raise issue about the behaviour of some in the council. This isn't about who said what, did what, went with who, did whatever. I'm not really particularly interested in that. And due process will bring an outcome to that, but only if we have confidence in due process. And that's what this is about. This is about making sure that there's no political interference. This is about making sure that there are actions in place that allow, and this isn't about overturning democracy. This is about allowing the largest party that was chosen at the election in 2017 to select a new leader, a leader that the rest of the council can have confidence in. A rest of the council can get behind to listen to the outcome of anything that's investigated in an independent way. But confidence must be had in that process. And to date, there is absolutely no confidence whatsoever in the ability for politicians of the senior Conservative Party to stand aside and allow the council to do its due process. It has been interfered with from start to finish.
Councillor Dungworth, this is the last speaker
Thank you, Chair. I've felt for the past month that I've been living in some kind of alternative universe, and certainly listening to this meeting, I think there are a lot of members of the Conservative group and some of their supporters who are most definitely in an alternative universe. This isn't about us bringing down Peter Jackson. This isn't about us settling scores. Goodness me, we have just sat back and watched the show, to be frank. We've followed the latest installments in the press. This hasn't been about us. We have not orchestrated this whatsoever. You have done this yourselves. You are absolutely responsible for the mess that this council is in at the moment. And we will not take the blame for leading us to where we are now, nor will I take any lectures on the leaking of information following this weekend's debacle with a breach of data protection from the Conservative group or its leader. This isn't us bringing down Peter Jackson. This is Peter Jackson bringing down himself. And I would suggest to members of his administration, bringing them down with him if they're not careful, and certainly bringing this council down. This is about, we said earlier, about steadying the ship. This is actually about trying to move forward. Yes, it's about due justice. Yes, it's about, nobody deserves to be removed without a fair hearing. Nobody deserves to be removed from their employment without such reasons. So there's something about stepping out of the fray for a while this proceeds. I have heard nothing about the investigations into various allegations, and I'm not touching on anything sensitive here. All I have asked for consistently since the 8th of August is for an explanation and assurance about what is happening in terms of investigations. And I'm not talking about employment investigations, I'm talking about the other investigations into issues raised. We haven't had that as councillors. We are elected with a responsibility to all people of Northumberland to make sure that this council is being carried out correctly. At the moment, I do not have those assurances as a council, and that is what we're asking for.
Yeah.
I would finally finish with people need to think about what price their vote is. So the other thing that we have a responsibility for is for ensuring that the budget is spent correctly, that it's spent within the budget, that extra things are not brought forward. And I would question whether £833,000 per vote is good value for money for the taxpayers of Northumberland, because that is what the Bedlington vote has cost today. So people need to remember that. The public aren't fools, absolutely not fools. And anybody watching this meeting won't be under any illusions as to who the fools are here. We're all sitting looking foolish. And as a council, we need to get that sorted out. We're not the ruling group, you are. So actually deal with it and go, Peter, for the sake of your group and for this council.
That is the end of the debate. Sorry for those that have got a hand up. You've already spoken. The rules of debate mean you cannot come back. I need to move to the vote.
Named vote, please.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Chair, can I just ask the question whether Malcolm Robinson's going to get an answer to his question or not?
The debate's ended, Chair.
No, I'm moving on. Well, I'm heading towards 10 to 6. In 10 minutes, I have to suspended standing orders to continue the meeting. The meeting is nowhere near finished, and we're coming up to what I would call a break. So, the motion,
I've moved a name vote, Chair.
Yeah, I take it that we're going to have a name vote.
Could you ask for 13 members?
I've been asked by legal, can 13 members say that they want a named vote? That's put your hand up or press your button.
I think we have that, Chairman. Did we have that? Yeah.
Right, I think we've got that.
I'm going to get...
Are you clear about what the motion is?
Do you want to read it? Have we got it?
I don't have it down, but Karen might be.
Do you want to read the motion out again, Susan?
We are just going to remind of the motion. Councillor Dungworth, can you read, as we all do before we vote, we reread the motion. Can you do that? And then we move straight to the vote.
Yes, you'll have to wait a minute though while I find it. We move that this council no longer has confidence in the political leadership and therefore resolves to remove Councillor Peter Jackson from the position of leader.
Right, I'll hand to Liam to get on with the vote. The next voice you hear is Liam.
Councillor Armstrong.
Doubt it.
Against.
Councillor Vaughan.
Can you mute Susan Dunworth?
Against.
Councillor Bennon.
Against.
Councillor Bowman.
For.
Councillor Bridget.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For.
Councillor Carty.
For.
Councillor Castle.
Against.
Councillor Sesford.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Crosby.
Against.
Councillor Dale.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
Worst day of my life. I'm going to have to go for. Sorry.
Councillor Grant Davy.
Oh, Chair.
Susan Davy.
For.
Who's got a dog?
Councillor Dickinson. Councillor Dickinson.
For.
Councillor Dodd.
Against.
Councillor Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dunworth.
For.
Councillor Dunn.
For.
Councillor Flux.
Against.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
Against.
Councillor Gobin.
For.
Councillor Grimshaw.
For.
Councillor Happel.
For.
Councillor Hill.
Can
For.
you Councillor Dale?
Councillor Homer.
Against.
Councillor Horncastle.
Against.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Can you?
Against.
Castle, Govan, Hill at the bottom of that. I can't see.
Councillor Kennedy.
For.
Councillor Lang.
For.
Councillor Laurie.
Against.
Councillor Ledger.
For.
Councillor Murray.
Against.
Councillor Nesbitt.
For.
Councillor Oliver.
Against.
Councillor Parry.
For.
I'm sorry, Councillor Parry, could you say again?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Purvis.
For.
Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Renner Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Richards.
For.
Councillor Rickerby.
For.
Councillor Riddle.
Against.
Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Roughhead.
Against.
Councillor Sanderson.
Against.
Councillor Seymour.
Against.
Councillor Sharp.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
For.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Stowe.
Against.
Councillor Swinburne.
For.
Councillor Swithenbank.
For.
Councillor Thorne.
Against.
Councillor Towns.
Against.
Councillor Wallace. Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Wearmouth.
Against.
Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson.
For.
Thank you, members.
While that's being talked up, I am going to, after we get the result, was it 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes is good.
We'll have a break for 10 minutes and I will reconvene. I'll give you the exact time when we're there and then we'll move on. Thirty-two,
33 for, 32 against. 33 for the motion, 32 against.
Are you ready? That's 33 for the motion, 32 against. The motion stands. We will reconvene at 10 minutes time, which is 6:05.
Chair.
Do we just leave it connected, Chair?
Propose something.
Chair.
No, I'm going to reconvene,
No,
but
but it's
I'm
about-
getting to the point where I have to do it. So we're going to do it now. 10 minutes.
No, I wanted to propose something else.
No, I'm
About
closing
adjournment.
for 10 minutes. Sorry.
It's a longer
So move a break.
Call a comfort break. streaming correct? We're on. Councillor Flux.
Chair, I would like to propose a motion that Northumberland County Council consider the election of a new leader of the council at the next council meeting.
Is that seconded?
Yeah.
I second that, Chair.
Councillor Hill, I've got Stewart, Councillor Renner Thompson. That has been put forward. Now, I would have to say that that meeting would come fairly quickly. Are we happy that that process takes place?
Mr. Chairman, can I just seek clarification that there will be, in the interim, the current deputy leader will be acting as leader, so we do have political leadership of the council?
Yes, am I correct?
Right.
Yes, Chairman, the council's constitution provides for the deputy leader to assume the duties of the leader in the absence of the leader or the vacancy in the leader's position, so that's correct.
Chairman, could members who haven't muted their mics please mute them, because it's nearly impossible to hear everything.
Right, please do mute. Tom's check them.
People that co-host on it as well, Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
Good to go, Chair.
I have no other motions. Can we agree that? I'll take a name vote, but can we agree to give?
Chair, clarification.
Yes.
Can I just confirm that I think a few of us are in agreement that we need to reverse the decision to suspend, to bring any more motions. We get on with the rest of the business swiftly, hopefully, and we also allow the ruling group to get together and come up with a new leader that can come to the approval of the council. But just to clarify, we are saying suspending the suspension of motion and procedures to just get on with the rest of the agenda.
Great. I've got that. I have a hand up from Councillor Dickinson.
Sorry, Chair, it was just earlier to say that, you know, we're fine with the suspension and the decision being made and coming to a later council. Apologies, I thought I'd put the hand down.
Right, okay. Anybody else? I will give that assurance and I will work with everybody to get to that date fairly prompto. We need that little bit of space to get to that. Are we all, can I proceed? Are we happy with that? Put your hand up, otherwise I go to a vote. Liam?
You might just want to ask for any dissent.
Any dissenters? Anybody against that, please show your hand.
Are we seeing anybody?
I can't see anybody.
Anybody abstaining?
Anybody abstaining on that?
Susan Dunworth does have her hand raised.
Susan, Councillor Dunworth, you've got your hand raised.
I had it raised to agree to it last time. I was using the proper process of his hand.
Sorry.
I didn't see that there was any dissent, significant dissent of any.
Yeah.
To that.
Right, I'm going to move on. That motion is, or that is carried. I'm moving on to the agenda. I take it that we are back in business on.
Yes.
Everything's that was suspended is now.
Well, you haven't suspended the suspension, but there are no other motions coming forward, in which case you just proceed to the next item of business.
Right, I'm moving to item 7 on your agenda. Okay, this is to receive the minutes of the cabinet meetings held on the 11th of February, 10th of March, 12th of May, 9th of June, 23rd of June, and 7th of July. In that, you will see in your agenda, we need to agree minute 9.4.1 and 9.4.4 at the 10th of March. Are we happy to agree that minute? Show of hands if you're happy to agree that minute.
Stephen Bridget and Jeffrey there, Chair.
Anybody not happy or would vote against agreeing that minute, please show. Yeah. Thomas is just checking. He's got 3 screens to check. Right, that's agreed. And 2 minute 117.4 and 117.5 of the 7th of July 2020 relating recommendations from the Capital Strategy Group. Are we happy with that? Please show.
Councillor Dodds, can you read the page numbers out as well? Sorry.
Ooh. All right. This would be 7th of July. That would be pages 85 to 90.
Well done, Chairman.
I can see people looking.
There's 2 hands raised, Chair, as well from
Yeah.
Jeffrey and Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, is that a hand to speak? Right, Councillor Reid, is that a hand to speak? No. Right, are we happy with that? Minute 2, please show. Anybody is having a good look? Anybody against? Anybody against that? We cannot see anybody against. I'm happy to move on to item 8. Item 1, this is going to pages 91. And this is corporate services overview, corporate services and economic growth overview and scrutiny. Councillor David Bourne. Councillor Bourne.
He's had to attend another meeting, Chair, I think.
Okay, who's the deputy chair?
Who's vice chair? It's Glenn, isn't it? Councillor Grimshaw.
Yes, Chair.
Can you present these minutes, please?
Yes, Chair, I would like to present the minutes dated the 9th of March on pages 97 to 100.
As you missed some.
But could I just make a comment, please, because I am presenting them. I would just like to ask a question for clarification with regard to bullet point 3 and the second paragraph. In response to other questions, members were advised that if residents were declared bankrupt, the council submitted claims for outstanding debts and costs will be dealt with as part of bankruptcy. May I ask for clarification, Chair? As the council are pursuing the outstanding debts, may I inquire if it includes businesses as well as individuals who have recently filed for administration?
I don't know the answer to that, Chairman. We'd have to provide a response.
I'm being told that, which I assume we are, and we will get a written response to that, Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you. So that I don't know if anyone else has got anything to see, any issues with regard to that particular. Then we'll move on to page 103 to 110. And there's just that question I would like to raise as well, please, if I may. And it's on page 109. And
yeah, debt recovery. Yeah, come on.
To staff mental health and well-being, and hopefully that will be addressed and looked well into. And now that there's multiple staff has raised issues of bullying, I just hope that this administration could now clarify the fact that they'll look into it and they'll be addressed all the issues and concerns without being biased, because I do have issues with that, please, Chair. And thank you. Could we possibly be kept updated with that?
Yeah, well, that's yes. I'm going to go. I've got 2 hands, and I've got Councillor Grant Davey, who's waved his hand. I'll go to the top. I've got Councillor Catherine Seymour first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, just for the 13th of July meeting, that hasn't actually come back to committee for approval yet. But I just wanted to mention something on page 107 with a couple of questions that I asked about some BCS funding increase. When I asked the question, my screen froze, so I didn't hear the answer. But Dolgett said that regarding the VCS infrastructure contract, some work would need to be done to ensure that the new arrangements were refreshed to build on the great work which had been done recently. Which I agree, but I just wondered, there wasn't any date given at all, or what work was going to take place. And I did send her a message about that, but I didn't hear back. So I just make that note, that's all.
We'll have to get a written response for that one. I can't find what you're at, but we will get a written response back to you on that one. I've got Councillor Robinson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This meeting I attended, my apologies for, but I did read all the documentation that came for it, and I did submit several questions, but I don't see any reference to that in the minutes, in the paper, in the questions asked from members. Could I ask, is that something that isn't allowed? If you can't attend the meeting, can you not ask a question? Can you not submit a question to be tabled?
Well, Malcolm, as you know, we're in this virtual meeting situation. I would imagine all the meetings have been virtual. I would have to seek advice and try and get you that reassurance.
Thank you, Chair. That's all I want to know, because quite this time I was at a pre-arranged meeting. I couldn't make this one, but I did go through all the papers. I did go through all the information that was sent, and I did have several questions, and I submitted them to the committee as far as I'm concerned. Right. I would have liked to have seen the answers.
Okay, Councillor Grant Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got a question on page 104, but I don't expect an answer today because these papers haven't been back to the committee for clarification. It's simply this: at item 45, disclosures of interest, Councillors Bourne, Cessford and Oliver disclose personal and non-prejudicial interest regarding the receipts of their organisations for small business grants. Now, Councillor Oliver, this meeting was held in July 2020. Councillor Oliver still had 2 weeks ago on his declarations of interest that he was involved with the company Katie Kerr, of which on Company's House he is the company, or was the company secretary. It went into administration on the 26th of March 2020. My question is, did the small business grant declared in June go to a company that was already in administration? Thank you, Chair.
Don't think I can get you that answer.
Chair, I can give an answer to that straight away. The answer is no.
Right.
Chair, can I ask where it went?
Chairman, I'm not sure that Councillor Oliver need be subject to this questioning.
Yeah. Grant, I think we'll have to investigate that one. I can't go on with this.
Chair, I'm happy to have a written answer.
Right, I know you will be.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Also, we did, if you can see through the reports, we did ask for updates on various items within these reports. So I would just like clarification, please, as to when we're going to actually get updates with these reports that we asked questions about. And that being said, Chair, if that's an agreement, I would like to present the Corporate and Services and Economic Growth Overview and Scrutiny Committees, pages 91 to 110, Chair.
Right. I'm happy. Are we content? We can move on from these. Everybody, yes. I think we are a yes. Next one, Family and Children's Services Overview and Scrutiny, pages 111 to 136. Councillor Renner Thompson. If we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. As you've read out, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yes, as you've just read out, I'd like to present the Family and Children's Services Overview Committee meeting minutes from the 6th of February, 5th of March, the 12th of May, and the 16th of July.
Right. Any questions on those minutes? Please press the button or show your hand before I move on. I can see nothing. Am I okay to move on to the next set of scrutiny minutes? Yep.
Thanks, Chair. I'll move the minutes of the Community in Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee on pages 137 to 160.
Thank you, Jeff. Anybody wish to comment on these minutes? Councillor Grimshaw.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's the second bullet point from the end on page 144. The issue of car gatherings in council car parks was problematic. I'm just wondering, has anything been done to address this? Because I know there's a number of car parks in various towns and parishes who's got massive issues with boy racers and drugs. And we're just wondering how we're going to address these issues, because there's a lot of people now. Well, in particular, in Bothell Ward, we have a huge play area next to a redundant car park, which I've been trying to get resolved for years, because we don't need it all. And the boy race says up to 50 at least cars are gathering there on a night time. And now they're using canisters of drugs. Now, I have been informed by the police that those are taking it are able to get in and out of systems fairly quickly, so there's nothing the police can actually do about it. But my issue is, as well as the police's concern, is that if there's any full ones left, it can affect little children, and that could have an adverse effect on them. So I would like to know if that the council will be looking at police putting cameras into these areas to monitor and help assist not only the council resources, but also the police resources as well, because and also the antisocial behaviour that's going on around it. I find it quite daunting, and considering we're spending a tremendous amount of money on various issues in other areas, I would like to please request that this could be looked into with immediate effect. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
Councillor Reid.
I'm quite happy to listen to what Lynn's saying, but you know, there's a lot of, the county council's got a lot of car parks and hasn't got very much money, but we are working with Blythe Town Council to get cameras for the car park that's a particular nuisance for us. So I think this is going to have to be sort of a partnership working with us and the town councils and the police. I don't think it's this can't just be a one-trick pony. It's got to be, agencies working together. But I'm quite happy to have that come back to us at some point, but I think it'll be up to the administration to find the money.
Okay, thank you. I've got two hands up. Councillor Dale, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Jeff. Nice to see you again. Am I unmuted? Yes. Can I just ask you, under 46, the street lighting LED project, the As you will recall, we had a special meeting to discuss this project because of the vast overcost, etc., all the other problems that were occurring with it. And it was on pink paper. But the issue is that actually it hasn't been finished. I have still got a street that hasn't been done yet. And I think that there are others as well. So really, before the contract signed off, we need to establish that every street, etc., that was promised in the contract the work has been undertaken, because it certainly hasn't so far. And I'm concerned about the extra cost, because the cost that we had to pay, and it was a lot of money. It seems to be going up and up and up. And I do think that we need to look at it very carefully about the governance of it, but also obviously it's massive cost to the public purse. So, but would you make sure, please, that actually all the work's been done? I will let you know. The lighting people know that it's there to do. I'm not going to give you the reasons why they haven't done it, but it is there to do, and they know. But I haven't, because of COVID, nothing else has gone forward.
Councillor Reid, do you want to reply?
Yeah, I'm quite happy for us to look at that, but I guess that again, that'll have to be a conversation with my vice chair and myself and the administration. So perhaps the best place to deal with that is the chairman's group. Chair?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind. It's just, if you don't, I mean, I can put one in. I'm going to write a letter anyway, because I have to write a letter. I feel quite, because of the cost implications,
right,
etc. So I can do that, and I'll send it to the necessary bodies.
Well, you mentioned it here. People are aware of it. If anyone else has got any bits in their divisions that haven't been done, then feed it into me, and the business chair and I will have a discussion. Is that all right, Chair?
And I can see Councillor Sanderson's on this call, so he will have picked that up as well.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'd like it noted that I've got patches in my division haven't been completed either.
I'll invite Councillor Dungworth. There is a system.
Thank you. I am mindful of the time and don't want to prolong the necessary, but I just think the issue over car parks is more than about car parks. It's not actually the gathering in the car park that's the problem. It's the racing from the car park along our roads that's the problem. And I think we need to do something about structural road safety measures and speed reduction measures, like they've done in North Tyneside, where you physically slow those cars down. It's not just about the meeting in the car parks.
I think it's the scourge of many towns.
Well, Chair, if your administration hadn't done such a good job of fixing all the roads, perhaps we wouldn't have this problem.
Is that a compliment, Jeff?
Not from me.
Why not?
Right, any more for communities in place, overview and scrutiny? I cannot see anybody. Can we move on? Are we content? Yep. Right, the next one is health and wellbeing, overview and scrutiny. Councillor Watson.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'd like to present the minutes of the Health and Wellbeing Overview and Scrutiny Committee meetings. There have been 4 meetings to approve, 2 actual and 2 remote. The first one being on the 4th of February, page 161. I'll read them all out. If there's anything anybody wants at the end, you can perhaps raise it. Page 167 on the 3rd of March. Page 177, which was a remote meeting, and that was on the 2nd of June. And page 185, another remote meeting on the 14th of July. I'm happy to present those minutes. They are the only comment I would make, that we have had exhaustive reports about COVID on virtually all of those meetings, and all of the councillors involved took full part in that. And a backhanded compliment, I would say that Councillor Dungworth was the person who perhaps pushed him at the beginning, and I'm grateful for that. So I would like to present all those meetings as they are written down.
Right, anybody wish to comment? I did see a hand, but it's not there anymore. Councillor Dale, can you unmute, please? Councillor Dale.
Sorry, I had to take something off the screen. Just to say thank you very much. But what I would like to say, and I was going to say it in the earlier minutes, that the whole of the communities of Northumberland have actually worked so closely together. And I know in a lot of these reports, everybody talks about this person, these persons and everything else, and everybody has had a massive input. But actually, the biggest input, as far as I'm concerned, are the residents, because of the massive voluntary systems we've put up in some areas, and certainly in the rural areas where they've been exceptional. But also, what we haven't got is that the churches have had a massive input into leading and helping in the villages in particular, and that's churches of all creeds. And I just think that we need to note the value that we have of our churches when we're dealing with the communities, certainly in this where COVID-19 is going on. Our villagers their churches have been great, keeping older people, contacting with them the whole time. So there's a lot of people that have been engaged in actually dealing with and representing the people locally. And I think that should be appreciated. And I don't think that work, if they want to continue, I think they should be allowed to continue without intervention, because actually having leadership from the top down is great as long as they come down the right route. But these people are very secure in who they are working with and who's looking after them. And I think that moving forward, that's what they would like. But I just thank you to everybody, because everybody's been quite incredible. And, you know, hopefully we're going to stay out of shut down, closed down further, but hopefully we won't.
Right.
Chair, if I could just answer that. Can I answer that, Chair?
Yes.
Please?
Yes.
Is that okay? I appreciate what Councillor Dale says. It didn't come up in the meeting about the churches. However, I would say for sure I agree with her that the churches in my area were very, very useful in putting things together, and perhaps a little more information, again, not on these minutes, but I know that our community team is hoping to continue with the help that they received from the churches, even after this COVID episode is all over. So I think our point perhaps is well made, but very well taken into consideration already.
Okay, can we agree these minutes? Are we happy? You look contented. Everybody seems okay. No one against? I cannot see. Right. Health and Wellbeing Board, presented by me. Pages 193 to 206. There are 3 meetings. 1 was in February, 2 were virtual. Can't see any hands. Can we take them and move forward? Can we agree them? Yes, everyone's nodding. Yeah, we've got that. Moving forward. I now go to pages 207, which is the Audit Committee. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I move the minutes of the Audit Committee, which were held on the 27th of May and the 29th of July. These are set out in your pages 207 to 234.
Right. Anyone wish to comment on those minutes? I do not see anybody. Are we happy to move on? Agreed? A thumbs up. Yes, off we go. Now, item 7, Standards Committee. Now, Councillor Armstrong was not at one, so I'm going to ask Councillor Dungworth to present the minutes of Standards, pages 235 to 238.
Thanks. Thank you. I move that the minutes of the Standards meeting on the 10th of June be approved and adopted.
Anybody wish to speak to that these minutes? I cannot see any hands going up. Can we agree? Happy to agree. Thank you. Right, and now go to item 9, which is delegated decisions. These are to note. This is pages 239 to 240. Does anybody, Councillor Dale? Can you unmute, please?
Can I just ask that I think people would like clarity. As you realise, the government have brought through a white paper on the development of more housing certainly in Northumberland, and the housing numbers are very big, quite large. And I know the neighbourhood plans at the present time are supportive or support the local plan as it is now, but it hasn't gone through and it hasn't been agreed by the inspector. But I do think we should have conversation about what is expected out of the white paper, because it's, I mean, obviously I've got a lot of people who know all about it and have been telling me, and obviously they're interested in the neighbourhood plans, but I think it would be good if we can have a conversation, maybe at the next meeting, even if it's informative. We don't have to have an argument about anything, but if we are informed about it. Yeah.
I'm just being informed that this, I don't think this is on this bit of the agenda.
No, it's just, I bought it, I saw it, I bought it up. I'd like, if you can, I'll drop you a line. I'll drop you a line, that's fine.
Okay, can we agree those decisions? Yes. Right, we've done item 10 and now move to Councillor Riddle 11, report of the Director of Planning, review of planning functions at local area councils. Councillor Riddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe you just allow me to respond a little bit to Councillor Dale's last comment. The new consultation on planning isn't just about housing, it's about lots of things, but I have already said that we should have a member workshop to gather all members' views before we put the consultation response in. So that's just a little bit of information. Getting back to the agenda proper and the review of the planning functions of the local area councils. As everyone knows, when COVID-19 struck, we had to obviously not hold planning meetings in public anymore and had to find a way to run them virtually. The upshot of that is that on the 10th of May, under the emergency powers that were granted by government, the Chief Executive implemented the virtual strategic planning committees. And these, I think, have worked very well. But all of there were some changes, obviously, to the delegation for the Chief Planning Officer. And this has worked well. Area planning committees were suspended and contentious items went to strategic planning. This has worked well, but it has put quite a workload on that particular committee, and we were having to hold them fortnightly instead of monthly. Obviously, as things have eased, and we hope there isn't going to be a second wave, but that's not certain, I think it is a pragmatic way to bring back democracy back to the local areas and to reinstate the local area planning committees, but to have them virtually and with the same sort of conditions that are for the strategic committee at present. So basically there's 4 recommendations, and one of them that I particularly want to draw your attention to is, it's written out in page 244. Given the uncertainty around the second wave of the pandemic, it's considered sensibly to expressly seek a delegation to the Chief Executive to make any changes they consider necessary to the delegation scheme in the light of changing circumstances in consultation with the portfolio holder and chairs of planning, rather than relying on the emergency powers in the future. So just draw members' attention to the recommendations 1, 2, 3 and little 4, starting on page 241.
Right. Have we lost John?
No, Councillor Dale's indicating.
Yeah, no. Right. I've got 2 speakers. We have to agree this tonight so we can actually move on and bring back your beloved local area council planning functions. Councillor Dale.
You need to unmute yourself, Councillor Dale.
Can you go out? Can you unmute, please?
Oh. I'm not muted.
We're here now.
I wasn't muted. I don't know what that was. Never mind. I'm quite happy to recommend this, but that's not what I was going to ask. Basically, what I wanted to know is the enforcement issues. I think over the period of time, certainly I'm getting a lot of enforcement issues, and I have to say the officer is very, very good. But my gosh, they've got an absolute enormous list of enforcement issues per officer. And actually, I just wonder if it says we've got delegated powers here, which is fine, but it'd be quite good if we could be informed if there's any real issues, because all of us get, sort of residents saying this shouldn't be happening, that shouldn't be happening. And actually, if I could say that actually it's in hand, that it's just a word was working with a local councillor about anything that really is a problem.
Right, Councillor Deal, that bit is actually, again, not on the agenda.
No, it's there. It's under there. It's under delegated. Actually, it's under given the uncertainty round. It's in the second paragraph.
I know. I'll go to Councillor Dungworth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to raise again, I've raised it in various forums already. I don't understand why we can't allow members of the public presenting cases, be it in planning or at petitioning committee, to do that virtually. It is secure. We've seen today from how we've done the council meeting, we can do it securely. I've been involved in village meetings with the parish council, which officers and the police were involved with, which was perfectly manageable and allowed people to have their say. It might be some people choose not to do it in person, virtually, because of issues over using the internet, and that's fine. They can do a statement that can be read out, but I think we should be looking at offering people the opportunity to join us virtually.
Dungworth, there is a little conversation going on with the Chief Executive here and the legal officer. Nothing wrong, but acting Chief Executive Officer, about looking into this. As you're well aware, everyone's well aware, we've been through a wheel of COVID where people have not been able to, and I think as long as a spike doesn't happen, we will look into that specific issue of the public, etc., being able to tune in, join in and take part, because I think it's something that is missing. So
I suggest you speak to the clerk of Seaton Valley Parish Council and he'll tell you how to do it.
Right. Okay, Councillor Dunn.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just have to agree with everything that Susan said there, and I welcome the report. But what I did find strange was on page 244, it says, however, practically members have requested that no more than 3 applications per committee, and it goes on. I've just got to say that I've had no correspondence or communication about this before I saw it in this paper, in this report, and I do chair a planning committee at Castle Morpeth. So, just to stress, my opinion was not sought.
Right, okay. I get the gist of that, but those of us that are on central planning or strategic planning, 3 items takes 3 hours. So I think that we have to manage it, and I think we see how this first month goes. Apologise if you weren't consulted on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with it, Richard. It was just the fact that there was no consultation as far as I was concerned.
Right, okay, we'll do that. I can't see any further speakers on this. We have to agree this tonight, so that
Richard, can I just say something actually, because I wasn't aware that Councillor Dunn hadn't been consulted on that. But what I want you to know is that I certainly haven't interfered in that in any way. That has come, I gather, from feedback from Strategic Committee and officer advice. Just like whether Zoom is secure or not is nothing that I haven't certainly in any way tried to hamper that. That is officer recommendation at the moment. I haven't interfered in that neither.
right. Can we agree this so you can have your beloved meetings back? Great. Are we happy? Hands up. Yeah, I can see you all. Thank you, Scotty. Right. We'll move on. Item 12, reports of the acting interim chief executive. And we have 2 reports here presented. 1, the Community Governance Review, Amble. Councillor Oliver, I know that there was an error in a report and that was sent to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the error was that 2 objections from Hawksley parishioners had been included in Appendix 1, but they weren't highlighted in the covering report, which only refers to the objection from Hawksley Parish Council. So I just want to draw everybody's attention to that at the beginning. Hawksley Parish Council did ask that the whole matter be withdrawn, but I think it was felt that because it's there in the appendix and we're drawing attention to it, there was no need to withdraw the whole matter. So basically, this is a proposal. 3 proposals came forward from Amble, and to move 105 houses in Warkworth into the Amble wards, to increase the number of councillors in Amble from 9 to 11, and to move another area in Hawksley into the Amble ward. Taking them one by one, the Warkworth to Amble move, there was a few people in favour, about 10 people in favour and 23 against. Broadly speaking, I think the majority against it amongst the Warkworth residents, and certainly Warkworth Parish Council were very against it. The Hawksley, again, there were objections there, but it was a lot, fewer people, and Hawksley Parish Council objected to it. So, I mean, I'll take the report as read, and the recommendation is that the change in Hawksley is approved, and the changes to the number of councillors in Amble and the move from Warkworth to Amble is not approved, and the status quo is retained. So we have any questions?
Can we agree? Oh, any questions, local members? Councillor Reid.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I would agree with what the recommendations are. I think it was me that spotted the Amble by the Sea and the Hawksley thing, because that's actually going to be a new housing estate. And where the boundary is at the moment, there'd be half the houses in Hawksley Parish and half the houses in Amble, and they're going to be charged different rates, and they're going to receive different things from the parish. And the Hawksley houses are a long way from any of the other Hawksley houses, so it seems to me to be the right thing to do in this case. So I support Councillor Oliver on this.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say that I'm both a parish councillor at Warkworth and an Amble town councillor. I will make a comment on the Warkworth one. I won't make a comment on the Hawksley one because that's not part of my area. All I would say really is that this echo what Nick said, in that it was a large majority of the people in Warkworth didn't want this, and the parish council were very much against it as well. There is no logical reason for this movement at all. I would leave the comments that the parish council made so you can read them yourselves, but I'm certainly in favour of retaining the Warkworth hold on this area. However, one thing I would like to agree with is that the request for more councillors for Amble, this is probably, I think, because I've spoken to Liam about this in the past, not the right place to do this. But when you've got a town like Amble with only 9 councillors, but a parish like Warkworth with 10, it just doesn't seem right. And Amble would really like to have another councillor or 2. So if this is not the right place to mention that, then perhaps I can be guided to where I can go with that. So in conclusion, I'm saying no comment on Hawksley, but I do comment on Warkworth, and it should be current boundary should be retained.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to Councillor Terry Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I object to this boundary change, as do Hawksley residents and the parish council, in exactly the same way as Warkworth residents and the parish council have with their boundary change. It is my understanding that if a parish council objected to a boundary change, then the matter should be closed. What seems to be the case? That seems to be the case for Warkworth, then why not for Hawksley? Hawksley Parish Council prepared in March 2019 a neighbourhood development plan to mirror the existing civil parish boundary. On the consultation day, over 70 people attended, the result being an overwhelming desire to proceed with a neighbourhood plan, with this reflecting the existing boundary. The affected area in Hawksley will not just be an empty field in a year's time. Persimmon Homes will soon start development along Percy Drive, with over 270 dwellings being built, with 60 dwellings falling into Hawksley's boundary. Like Warkworth, we should retain the status quo and keep approximately 60 of the proposed 272 dwellings in Hawksley Parish, which has taken this into account with their ongoing preparation for their neighbourhood plan. This boundary change will affect homeowners on how much precept they pay. Also, this change goes through, it will deprive Hawksley of this income. There's no justification for this change. Thank you, Chair.
I've got Councillor Scott Dickinson with a hand up.
Very briefly, Chair. Councillor Clark is obviously an active county councillor who's consulted with his parish council and residents at length about this. It's clear to me that the parish council and others have a plan in place, that this doesn't suit them or the needs of their village, and therefore I would support the comments made by Councillor Clark.
Or is that an old hand? Maybe Councillor Watson's an old hand, but Councillor Watson, you had a hand up, but
It's just to the vote. Yes.
It was for before. Can I make a suggestion though that these two things are dealt with separately? And if they weren't going to be.
Yeah, we can certainly, I mean, the recommendations are listed separately. So.
I'm going to go to the legal officer. Do you want to?
I was just seeking to confirm Councillor Watson's proposal that the matters can be dealt with separately as in accordance with the recommendations set out in the report. So I'm presuming from the thrust of the debate so far that the recommendations that don't concern Hawksley Parish are agreeable to the meeting. The Hawksley one perhaps less so, and if I'm correct, then perhaps the first two recommendations could be agreed by show of hands, or at least a show of agreement from the meeting generally, and that the issue in relation to Hawksley might be put to the vote if it's thought necessary.
Right. So legal officer is giving us that the first two recommendations are not as controversial.
First one. My apologies.
The first one. Can we agree the first one?
Agreed.
Agreed? Now then, item 2 on your page 247. And this is agrees the proposed boundary change with Hawksley Parish Council. Do we have the proposal is in front of us that we agree that change? Do we want to agree that now or go against? Come on, somebody from there, the local area. There's obviously a problem here.
Well, you should put it to the vote.
But I'm told we have to put
Chair, just need Chair, just go to vote, yeah.
Right, we have this recommendation here in front of you that we agree, item 2, we agree the proposed boundary change with Hawksley Parish Council. Do you want a name vote?
Yeah, whatever.
Name vote?
Yes. There is a number of people who have left the meeting. I've got to take legal advice. This is quite important stuff. With me, I know it's getting on.
I won't be voting, Chair. I missed part of it.
That's your format.
Sorry, Chairman. You wish to move to the vote. Ordinarily, voting is done by a show of hands. There has been some indication that maybe a name vote is necessary in the circumstances. So again, as before, you would need the requisite number of members present. Maybe.
Can someone please mute? Right.
I believe that there are 4 members who have left the meeting, which makes it 62 and 5 times indicating.
2 things, Chair. First clarification, Councillor Susan Davey has had to come to sit beside my PC because the picture's gone off. So there's only 3 people left. And secondly, I'd like to move that we reject the Hawksley motion.
Well, we're putting that to the vote, Chairman. So that's,
Well, that's what I believe I'm being told is going to the vote.
So if we could just determine
whether pass it or we don't. Is that correct?
Yes. So if we could determine which method of voting you wish to adopt, Chairman. So if for the sake of argument, if we could have 13 members, if they wish a name vote, if they could indicate that now, please.
Are there 13 members? Show of hands who would like a named vote. I can see 2, 3. Got 4. Is there enough?
Yeah.
Right, we'll go to a name vote.
Right, bear with me, Mr. Chairman, just 1 second.
I've got to bear with Liam because we'll probably have a second vote on the next one.
Horncastle, Bond, Bennon, Dunn, and who else?
Deirdre Campbell.
Right. Can you read those out again? These people, I'm told, have left the meeting and cannot vote. Liam, read them out.
Councillor Horncastle, Councillor Bond, Councillor Bennon, Councillor Dunn, Councillor Wearmouth.
Correct, Liam, I agree with that.
Okay, right, let's go for a named vote.
Can you remind us what we're voting, Chair?
Susan, can you look? Look.
Yeah, I've got the papers in front of me.
Absolutely.
Voting to reject.
A recommendation 2.
Yeah.
Can we take 2 and 3 together, Chair? Because if 2 is voted for, then 3 would automatically follow, and it would be a waste of all of our time to have 2 votes effectively on the same thing.
Right, I'm happy with that. So we're going to agree or disagree item 2 and 3. Okay, I'll ask Liam now to go down the agenda. So it's either for this or against this. Liam.
Thanks, Chairman. If I do not call out a name and you're still present in the meeting, perhaps you could leave it to the end of the roll call to indicate that you are in the meeting and wish to vote. If that's clear.
Yeah.
Councillor Armstrong.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowman.
Against.
Councillor Bridget. Councillor Bridget. No.
I normally leaves early.
Councillor Carty.
Against.
Councillor Castle.
For.
Councillor Sessford.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Crosby.
Abstain.
Councillor Dale.
Abstain.
Councillor Daly.
Abstain.
Councillor Grant Davy.
Against.
Councillor Susan Davy.
Against.
Councillor Dickinson.
Against.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Councillor Dunbar. Abstain, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dungworth.
Against.
Councillor Dunn. Not here. Councillor Flux.
For.
Councillor Foster.
Against.
Councillor Gallagher.
Against.
Councillor Gibson. Councillor Gibson.
Sorry, you don't get that. Abstain.
All right, sorry. Councillor Gobin.
Against.
Councillor Grimshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hebbel.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
I missed some of the debate, so I have to abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Homer.
For.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Kennedy.
Abstain.
Councillor Lang.
Against.
Councillor Laurie.
For.
Councillor Ledger.
Against.
You. Councillor Murray.
Abstain.
Councillor Nesbitt.
Against.
Councillor Oliver.
For.
Councillor Parry.
Against.
Councillor Pattison.
For.
Councillor Purvis.
Against.
Can I just say this is insane? All you're going to do when those houses are built and people start
That's not what we're here to
paying
talk
2
about.
lakhs of council tax.
In the middle of the vote, come on.
Right, can you just make certain that that boundary does not go through somebody's house? That garden. Get a grip. 4.
Councillor Renner Thompson.
4.
Councillor Richard.
I was just thinking.
Councillor Rickerby.
For.
Councillor Riddle.
For.
Councillor Robinson.
For.
Councillor Roughhead.
For.
Councillor Sanderson.
For.
Councillor Seymour.
For.
Councillor Sharp.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Stowe.
For.
Councillor Swinburne.
Abstain.
Councillor Swithenbank.
Against.
Councillor Thorne.
Oh, sorry, that's right. Against.
Abstain.
That was Councillor Thorne abstain and Councillor
Abstain,
Swithenbank
yes.
against, I think.
Yeah.
Councillor Times.
Did you hear that right?
For.
Councillor Wallace.
Abstain.
Was against. Councillor Wallace, could you repeat that, please?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Wearmouth, you're not wishing to vote, is that correct?
Yes, you said it.
That is correct, Liam, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Thank you, members.
Liam, what was the short? She can hear you.
Abstain. Give us a minute, and I know they're getting long minutes, so.
Nine, 10. Right, I think I have a tie, Karen.
You've got 15 abstentions.
Yes.
Has my sound broke or all actually quiet?
No, I can still hear you.
Oh, don't sound so disappointed, Richard.
Chairman.
I've missed you, Scott. What can I say? Nice to see you again.
22 for, 22 against, and 15 abstentions. You have a casting vote, Chairman, and you do not have to exercise it in the manner that you previously voted.
Right. And there's 15 abstentions. Right, here we go, more drama. For those that's watching at home, we have drama, and it was 22 to 22. with 15 abstentions.
Do the right thing, Chair.
You didn't give us a cast and vote. The first time I've had a cast and vote, I think. Right. I agree to the minute, the proposed boundary changes. I agree with item 2 and I agree with item 3. So it is carried what's on the paper here.
Councillor Dodd for leader of the council is what I say.
You wanted a decision?
You had your chance earlier, Jeff. Be quiet.
Right, on to the next one.
Richard, I've raised my hand. I forgot before, sorry, in the review of the planning functions, there was a typo error at recommendation 3, the bottom of page 241, where it should have said until May 2021, not until May 2020, obviously.
Yeah,
right.
That's fine.
We've noted that. I don't think anyone's going to complain. Right, okay. Item 2 of this is request to local government boundary commission for related alteration order Pegswood and Bothell electoral divisions. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really going to keep this one very brief because, as far as I can understand, it's a simple sort of procedural thing. So I basically I think I'll just move straight to the recommendation, and if anybody has any questions or wants to debate, then fire away.
Councillor Gallagher.
I apologise, I hit my button too early.
Councillor Towns.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to comment. Obviously, it is more of a technical issue than the last one. As one of the local members involved, I've had 0 representations on this, so let's just get it through, please.
Right. Can we agree it?
Agreed.
Agreed.
That's agreed. Item 13, report of the Executive Director of Finance and S151 Officer, Treasury Management Annual Report for the financial year 2019-20. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. Given the lateness of the hour, I'm going to sort of canter through this in about 60 seconds and again take it as read. But this is an annual report that reflects excellent work that's been done by everybody in the Treasury team once again for many years and under various administrations. It really covers lending and borrowing, cash flows, and financial risk of the council. The key couple, I'll just lift out about half a dozen key points. The strategy this year has fundamentally been to use, rather than using cash to invest, it's been used to instead of borrowing. So because the returns on investment are very low, there's no point in investing them, and may as well just offset some of the borrowing in the short term. There's also been a strategy of looking at taking advantage of long-term borrowing rates with the markets as they are, and spreading out the risk when borrowing reaches its redemption, so that it's not all has to be redeemed at the same time or reborrowed at the same time. It goes on to talk about the economy, and we all thought we were in for a period of increased economic activity after the uncertainty of Brexit was ended, and certainly that looked the case for a few short months, and then COVID hit, and and the economy obviously is very precarious at the moment. I remain optimistic for the bounce back in Northumberland in particular, because we have a lot to offer and a lot of good things happening with tourism and with many of our other sort of speciality sectors like offshore wind in Blyth. We are in a period of prolonged low inflation and prolonged low interest rates. The next section goes on to talk about rates. Gilt yields have been low, and that's the fundamental thing that drives the rates. And the government have been imposing margins on higher margins on those gilt yields to the market rates, and that really has been around stopping local authorities from borrowing for property speculation, and I think we probably all agree that that's the right thing to do. The portfolio within the council borrowing has risen by 93.5 million in that financial year, but investments were up by 95 million. So the net effect was a reduction of 1.5 million. And once again, I think for the third year in a row, I'm happy to report that the performance of both borrowing and investment has been very good in comparison with other authorities. So our borrowing rate consolidated across all of or aggregated across all of the debt is now down to 2.85%. So that is in summary, and I just really obviously happy to take any questions, but also suggest we move to the recommendation.
Yeah, well, I've got 3 speakers. I've got Brian Gallagher first. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the report of the Treasury Management Annual Report, but can this report be deferred through the Northumberland County Council scrutiny process before we note this report?
Anybody?
This has been to audit committee, I believe. I can't remember if it was audit committee or corporate services, but this is not the first time I've presented this report.
Right, it's just the final report more than anything else that goes through scrutiny, because we are in uncertain times. We are coming to the end of this administration, and I think for any new council to move on, they would have that reassurance that it's also been looked at scrutiny as well.
Yeah, perhaps somebody on the audit committee could help out here, and but I'm pretty sure it has been.
Can I help here? It's been the audit. I thought that was a normal process. I don't know if your view has gone, but it's been the audit.
It has had the scrutiny, so I think, yeah.
Right, Brian, Councillor Gallagher, it has been to its normal process. So I don't think we're going to gain a lot by holding it up. I'll go to Councillor Dunworth and then Councillor Dale. Councillor Dunworth?
Yep, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments, really. I welcome the comments made by Councillor Oliver, and that he recognises that our auditors are apolitical and they work consistently and conscientiously for this council, whoever happens to be in control. So thank you for that recognition. But I don't share his confidence regarding Brexit being sorted. And I think there will be additional financial pressures arising out. Certainly looks like a no-deal Brexit now.
Yeah, I didn't. Forgive me. I probably didn't make myself clear. I didn't say Brexit was sorted. I said that the position on Brexit had been resolved in the general election in 2019.
Yeah, I think the issue regarding the politics in this country might have been sorted, but I don't think Brexit's been sorted by that result.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Dale. We can't hear.
Sorry, just to add what Councillor Dunworth has said, but actually this is the financial year ending 2019-20, and we have to appreciate that actually COVID only came in March 2000. So basically it was just very much at the end of the financial year. So the forthcoming year is going to be difficult. It'll be difficult with gilts. It'll be interesting what they do with that. There are also going to be issues with the pension schemes and their investments, etc., etc. So there's going to be a whole new outlook. And I think that I agree with Councillor Dunwoody. We should actually allow ourselves to understand the position this council is going to be in, because we've already had a debt this morning that was announced, and it's not our debt, but it is something we're going to have to carry. But the difference in all this Treasury management is we've got excellent people in charge. We've always had excellent people in charge, but the next year is going to be very difficult. And actually, you know, our reserves are going down. Our reserves have gone down by a long way, and there's various things going on. So I think we do need to actually understand the whole of the picture, and you can't give it to us. I think the only people who can give it to us is maybe the Treasury or even the Bank of England, or one of those people will actually able to exercise where the economy is going. And I think it's very important, because it's important for our council in the future.
Right.
Okay.
Can we agree this, Councillor Gallagher, it has been through its normal procedure. So I can tell you that now. Can we agree this and move on? Hands up. Anybody against this? Looks like we're okay. Right. Okay, thank you for that. I'll move on to our final item. And I think this may be subject to change. Portfolio and committee membership changes. To note, Brenner, Thompson and Watson are portfolio holders for Children's Services and Adult Wellbeing, and the appointment of Councillor Glenn Sanderson as Deputy Leader.
Noted, Chair.
Can we note that?
Noted, Chair.
Noted. Well, we're to the end. Thank you. Thank you to the officers in here. This has not been an easy process, and we're probably going to have to relook at the Constitution to run meetings in the future. Councillor Grimshaw, I'll take it, but I'm aware of time.
Thank you. Just a quickie, Chair. I would just like to know if actually you've replaced Kath in her portfolio holders, because we haven't had any clarification from the former leader.
The answer is no, not yet.
Guessing the new leader, I'll pick a new cabinet.
Thank you.
Dunworth.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Very quickly, I just wanted to thank you for your chairing of this. Said has not been easy and is in very unusual circumstances, but I do thank you for the way that you've chaired it.
Well done, leader. I mean, chair.
Agreed.
Thank you all for your attendance. Thank you, everybody here. Time for a gin and tonic, I think.